If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh man, it is my cue. Good morning and hello to everyone. It is your man, Phone Master Dre. I'm hanging out. I'm lone wolfing for a little while because weather isn't great for all kinds, both kinds, and all that jazz. Jimmy's having a little difficult getting on over here, so he will be here shortly, but I got a message that says that he is a few minutes away. So the phone lines are open, 615-292-6366. Again, those numbers are 615-292-NEEM-MO. You give me a call. I had Huck give me a call earlier, and he called a little too early. Told him to give me a call back. He is going to set up his headset. But listen, everyone. Y'all can come hang out with me because today we have a rack packed and stacked. Well, I don't know about stacked. It's the usual things on a beautiful Tuesday, and it is cold here. It's a little bit cloudy, but the sun is coming out. I have creatures in the walls. I have all types of things going on around this house right now. It's freaking me out. But today is a national day of in so many areas. We got National Chocolate Day. We got National Geographic Day. Oh, and we also have Jimmy Mack Day. He just walked in the door, and we are ready to have a good morning. Hello, sir. I'm liking that scarf.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing better since you have joined me. Yeah! But as he gets set up and hangs out, I'm going to talk to a good old man. I think this is Huck hanging out on the line. Hello, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, buddy. How you feeling? How you doing? And also, what are you wearing?
I got my Peterbilt hoodie on.
Ooh, black, white. What color are we talking?
Red.
Oh, Peterbilt red. Very nice, sir.
Yeah.
Where you riding at this morning? How you doing, man?
Oh, well, I did Chicago and Milwaukee last night, and now I'm heading home.
Oh.
So now I get to take my wife's car into the shop and get some work done.
Dude, everybody's having car difficulties. Is it just the cold weather, or are we just not taking care of our vehicles?
Everybody's having a good time.
No, I screwed up and didn't see a woman coming up behind me, and I moved over into a lane and clipped her. So I get a little bit of body work.
Okay, so a situation that was out of her control. Ah.
Yeah.
We understand.
Sucks, but SOS happens.
Well, man, besides that, what else is new, man? You feeling all right this morning?
Yeah, I'm doing all right, and I'm looking at a new car for me. Got a line on a 380 SL Mercedes convertible, 85 model.
Oh, 85?
Yeah, absolutely beautiful car.
How much work's it going to need? I'm not being a jerk. I'm actually asking for a friend. No, how much work is it going to need?
It might need valve cover, gaskets, that kind of stuff, but I'm not sure yet. And reasonable price, about $5,000, I think it is. Very reasonable price.
And you doing most of the work on it? If any work has to be done?
Yeah, I do all my own stuff for the vast majority of it if time allows.
What's the how much? How are the interiors? Is here's the thing: is it a little old lady from Pasadena drive the car, or did Soupy Sales souping it up in Souptown drive it?
Yeah.
I have not got that far yet. I've only got pictures, and it looks like it's been taken care of.
All right, so you basically...
I mean, it...
Yeah, you're taking a look.
It is exquisite.
You're taking a look. All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Getting the conversation started.
Fantastic.
So, but from what I can see, it is absolutely exquisite, and it's either going to be that, I think, or a 2005, 2006 Ford Sport Track. So, depends on...
That's a change. That's a little different.
Yeah, I always need a pickup, but I've always wanted that 380.
Oh no, I mean I think
That's been my-
it's a great truck. It's a great truck. I'm just kind of laughing about the fact that maybe they're going to get a convertible Mercedes or pickup.
That's a nice balance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Matter of fact, that's the kind of stuff you see at people like you's house. You'll drive up and there'll be a pickup and a convertible Mercedes from '85
yep.
Yeah.
And a Harley.
and a Harley.
I just would have never pictured you for a Mercedes, man, Huck.
Oh, I have loved that particular model for most of my adult life.
And dude, here's the best part: heat on the floor, top down, man. Freezing cold weather.
Oh, yeah.
That's the truth, dude.
Oh, that's what I used to do when I had my little Beamer, man. Dude, it'd be cold outside. I had the heater blaring, but my hair in the wind, baby.
Hey, wait, so you get the heater blaring with the top down,
Yeah.
and you get a frosty and scalding hot fries from Wendy's, man. Just sit in the convertible, dude, and you literally play Bob Seger. You know what I'm saying?
Is that something you've done?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, heading down the westbound road, right away. I made my choice. Listening to the distance, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, man.
Roll me
Fire
away.
Lake.
You know, listen to Fire Lake in the middle of the wintertime, man.
Dude.
Just dreaming about those bronze beauties, man. Summer's someplace, man. Summer's someplace on Road Gang Radio.
Right.
Where we bring the heat.
Bringing the heat. If you can't. But by the way, dude, let me tell you something. You can be in a convertible, given the fact that you've got the same haircut I do, dude. I'm going to tell you this right now. Moisturize your scalpage.
Man,
Well,
No, you go ahead, Huck. Sorry, bro.
I've got a nice U.S. flag motive skull cap.
Yeah, skull cap helps, but moisturize your scalpage. I don't mean like put water all over it, dude, but I'm telling you, you can drive around in a convertible in cold weather. Because you're a cheesehead, right, dude?
Oh yeah.
See,
Well,
that's the thing.
I'm still a saint at heart, but yeah, I've been up here too long.
No, but I mean, but you know, you're in cheesehead country. So if you're driving around, man, with a convertible car and that scalpage that you got on display, that solar panel for a sex machine that you in fact are, man. If you're doing that, you got to get yourself some lotion, because what you don't want is a dried out scalp from the joys of having a convertible, man.
Yeah.
You know,
Get
that
the monkey butt.
But I'm telling you right now, man, a little monkey butt. I'm telling you, Dre, a little scalding hot fry and a frosty with the top down and the heater on, man. I'm telling you, dude. Tell me there's a better life. Tell me there's a better life. There's not. There's not. Because you know what you're thinking about? The motorcycle at home you're going to work on when you get back, or the pickup you got. All right, Huck, I got to do a show. I got to do a show, man.
All right, brother. Hey, did I ever send you pictures of my Harley?
No, but you should
I don't
send
know
me.
if I did or not.
No, send me some now.
Yeah, I'll send it to you, both of you.
I'll take some home.
88 FLHT.
I'm in. Deal me in.
All right. Talk to y'all later.
All right, brother.
Later, brother. Thank you.
Man, we got a show. Kevin Lindsay is going to be here at 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. And guess what he's talking about?
What's he talking about?
Icy roads.
Oh, no.
Icy roads, man. Icy roads take me home to a ditch where I don't belong. Download Truck Down. Sorry, I had to do that.
Nice
Download
segue.
Truck Down, by the way. You're going to need them. It's a good app to have, because while I know you use, Travel Centers of America as much as you possibly can, you probably got a guy. But if you can't get to the guy and you can't get to travel centers, you're going to need to get someplace. Downloading Truck Down makes a difference there, because what they do is they provide you with providers by using the app. Nearest provider, it'll figure out a way to get people there to you, get you out of the ditch and back on the road. They've been doing it since 97. 50 states, 8 provinces, truckdown.com. Good morning, everybody. Broadcasting live from the House of Degas, as Dre likes to say, was listening to it as I walked in and pulled those headsets off. Phone Master Dre has saved the day. I am here, but I'm not sure if I'm completely here yet. I'll be working on that in uno momento. You guys know the drill. Huck did too. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
It's cold today, but it's not what it was yesterday. Yesterday was hateful. Today was just kind of calm and cold. There was wind in the equation yesterday. By the way, that wind was extremely fortuitous, Dre, because it blew a lot of the ice off.
Yeah.
So we didn't have a lot of, what do they call it, slipping in a slide and splish splash. I was taking a bath on the black ice of the city of New Orleans. So we got very lucky there, but it was cold. You could hear it in Dave.
Yeah.
You could hear it in Dave. And I don't mean that he did a bad job, but you could hear him trying to turn that engine over.
It's just not quite doing it. Ain't got no cooling in it.
Oh man, I got to tell you, brother.
No antifreeze.
Show's fun to do, I'd like a little more practice, please. I'd like a little more practice, please. Somebody give me yeah, you were very well missed. Very well missed,
I
my
appreciate
friend.
it.
Good to have you back. It was nice to have you. Really, thank you yesterday, too, for that. I was talking about you with my friend Adriana because she was like, oh, how did it go?
It
How did you
sounded good.
do? Well, I was really funny. I said, dude, it would have been a complete Shasta show. I said, but Phone Master Dre called me at 6:30 in the morning, and we, did the little camera flip thing and did the whole show with his instructions and kept it on the rails. Guys, Dre was not taking a snow day. He was not in bed. Well, maybe he was in bed, but he was certainly awake. giving
Oh
me a
no,
hand.
yeah, I was up with my mom because we were fixing up some stuff, and then I was helping out a neighbor and just getting everything prepared in the area, and then doing some little side work. But dude, I was fixing to head your way because I was like, all right, I need to get over there, and I got their vehicle, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take it. I start going towards the interstate, and they closed down that ramp because people been sliding, and there was 2 wrecks, and I was like, okay, guess I'm not going nowhere.
Let's go turn around. Everybody's, get the idea.
Get in a wreck.
Yeah, get in a wreck, basically. So Pastor John will be up here in a minute, of course, as he always does, to give you that bracing cup of Java. Kevin Lindsay's going to be here for Maintenance Matters. We'll then have an open half hour of open lines, open phones, open conversation, as we then talk about Highway to Health. Dr. Matt Fontaine is going to be joining us. You guys are going to want to listen to this conversation. We're going to be talking about healthcare advocacy, how to become your own advocate. The segment is his idea about how you can become your body's master, make sense of the overwhelming medical information at your fingertips, and filter out what won't serve you or worse, what will hurt you. One of the things my good friend Dean Croak and I talk about all the time, if you notice, is sleep hygiene. Taking control of your healthcare destiny is not the same as, I don't need doctors, I don't trust experts, I can diagnose myself. Shut up. I'm going to go online to the chat. Be quiet. Don't do any of that. But you can have a bigger role in the way your health care is administered. There's got to be something in between, Dre. There's got to be something in between, like people who don't have a medical degree acting like they have a medical degree, and people just simply blindly accepting the first opinion they're given.
Yeah.
Especially when those opinions, that first opinion, often either relegates somebody to the grave or to a much more reduced lifestyle, a life of chronic pain.
Yeah.
There are people who are very insistent on, no, I understand that. I want a second opinion. No, I understand that. I want to try this new medication. Or getting an attorney and getting on the phone with your healthcare provider and being like, hey, dude, you can give me what I need, or I can see you in court. Don't know if you know the story right now, United Health, but people aren't crazy about you. Have you read the news? All of that stuff is going to be worth talking about. And Dr. Matt Fontaine is going to be joining us at 8:30 in the center, 9:30 in the east for another edition of I'm on the Highway to Health.
With a doctor.
With a doctor. And then Lindsay Lawler is going to join us at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. She's not going to be here for either interview. It doesn't make any sense being on the phone. We talked about it last night.
Okay.
So she's going to call in for the first half hour, give us an update on what's going on. Doesn't get in until later on this afternoon, evening. And then at the end of the show, of course, we can't miss Lindsay Lawler's Country and Western News.
Nope.
But I got to tell you, our good friend Chowder must be over the moon because Peter Cozzens is going to be here talking about his amazing new book, Deadwood.
That's exciting.
Straight up, Deadwood. And by the way, it was a request book for me. I am so thrilled we've got it. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a good time. And before that, by the way, is Dr. Laura Lovett is going to be on the scene talking about toxic bosses. Work is bad enough for most people as it is. What can make it unbearable is when Dre works for Jimmy Mack. No, what can make it unbearable is a toxic boss with a personal mission to make your lifestyle miserable. In fact, 87% of people have had at least one toxic boss during their work career, according to surveys. And Dr. Laura Hambley Lovett is going to be joining us. She is a workplace specialist. That's what she does. She's a workplace thought leader and organizational psychologist whose new book, I Wish I'd Quit Sooner, tackles questions and topics. And we'll be talking about them. drlaura.live will be joining us at 9:30 in the center, 10:30 in the east, all of it a part of Road Gang Radio. Jump on the phone, jump into the conversation. We got to take a quick break here. We're going to breathe through our nose, breathe out through our mouth, and then have a little pledge, national anthem, and a good bracing word from Pastor John.
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Hey, I want to say something to you this morning, found in Isaiah 26, verse 3. I want you to notice something. He said, now watch what Isaiah says. He said, you will keep me in perfect peace. He said, you will keep me in perfect peace, those whose minds are steadfast because they trust in you. You know what Isaiah just told me to share with you? He said, if you're not experiencing the peace of God, it's because your mind ain't right. You got to change the way that you think. You got to change the way that you view stuff. You got to make sure that your mind is so homed in and so fixated on the things of God that God himself, listen to me, that God himself won't allow you to have perfect peace unless your mind is right. And when your mind is right, he says, watch this. He said, you will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast. So God says, get your mind right, and I promise you, you'll experience my peace. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Hey, it's Tuesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen, amen on this Tuesday. Hello, Jimmy.
By the way, you've heard the expression tree hugger?
Yeah, don't let it explode on you.
Well, listen to this, man. Oh, yeah, exploding trees.
Bro,
Woo.
let's talk about that in a second.
Oh, my God. Dave talked about that. My dad talked about that.
Dude.
I mean, they thought shotguns were going off.
It blows my mind. Like,
Nice pun.
Hey, I know that it's been around for a while, but why am I just now hearing about it?
Because it hasn't happened in a while. Because we haven't. I mean, of course, it's happened.
Oh,
a lot,
okay, touche.
But the level at which it's happening and where it's happening, it requires a freeze so fast and so furious that it expands
the sap.
It expands the sap. It expands the water. It expands everything, and then you just get.
Dude, because I've been seeing one video after another, and then I had a friend that was doing a axe cutting video for his TikTok, and he was doing it, and he does these handsome things and all this stuff, and all of a sudden, boom, one explodes in the back, and he's like, "Are they shooting out here? What's going on?"
I know. It's great. Exploding trees.
Just Mother Nature just popping off.
Trufina muthoni.
Okay.
Not Trifina muthoni. Trufina muthoni, 22 years old, earned the title for the longest marathon hugging a tree when she surpassed the previous record of 50 hours, 2 minutes, and 28 seconds, which was set by a guy from Ghana. Kenyan environmental activist broke the Guinness World Record by keeping her arms wrapped around the trunk of a tree for 72 consecutive hours. Muthoni had previously held the record when she hugged a tree for 48 hours in February of 2025. The first attempt was a statement, a way to reintroduce humanity to the earth through a simple, intimate act, is what Muthoni told the Guinness World Records. The second attempt was a commitment. I realized that the world needed more than symbolism. It needed endurance, consistency, and proof that care for the planet is not momentary. Doing it twice was my way of saying that the climate action is not a one-off event, but a sustained responsibility, she said. I got to tell you, man, hugging a tree for 50 hours, you can call somebody a tree hugger all you like, but the problem is that she put her money where her mouth was. Good God Almighty.
Yeah, I'm
You
about
gotta
to say
stay
that's
hydrated, man.
that's the one time a proud parent will say my daughter is a tree hugger.
Yeah, I mean, and can say it with pride.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just something incredible, and our hats are off to her. I don't know if I completely believe in her cause, but I completely believe in her endurance and her guts. Man, that is absolute guts.
Well, you know who I believe in, unless you want to wait a few minutes, but we got a phone call with the man himself.
Let's take guts. Let's take him.
Oh, speaking of guts, hello, Chowder.
Hey, Chowder, how you holding up today? Is your heart recovering?
Well, Jimmy, Matt, Brother Dre, family, thanks for sharing support that I've had in numerous supplies. I really needed it.
You're welcome, buddy. We love you, man.
Let's just say, Jimmy, Chowder's right on the razor's edge, and I don't mean Razor Ramon's finishing maneuver, not even Damian Priest. I don't even mean the things that we use to make skates mobile on the ice. But we're on that razor's edge, and I don't even think AC/DC's back in black yet. But we're doing. I sound better than I am, and probably I am better than I should be. But I find it great privilege in hearing that we're going to talk a little about Deadwood. Thank you for reaching out yesterday, Dre. I'm sorry I was a little busy trying to memorialize everything to get back to you, but I greatly appreciate the reach out.
Hey, man, no apologies needed, brother. I'm glad I could be there.
Yeah, so Deadwood, when you speak to him or whatever, I always find Deadwood ironic that people mention Deadwood as it's some mythical, magical place, of which it is by itself, but it's really a geographical location made up of three important areas as far as I'm concerned in the Black Hills. There's Central City, there's Lead, there's Deadwood. They're all kind of in that same little conglomerate, but two out of the three are just vaguely even mentioned or known about, although Lead does have some significant historical things, like it was the ending spot of the stagecoach where all cattle drives went to end, and it was also the place where the very first horse-drawn wagon, stagecoach wagons with a man riding shotgun bringing monetary money up to him from Cheyenne would end up. It's also Lead's also the first place where the very first gas-powered or even conceptual street lights were, and the Lead Opera House is also the first place to have the first recorded in American history kindergarten put in. But Deadwood gets all the credit for it, which is fine because they have Chinatown and everything else that's cool. But I always find it odd that one of their biggest myth and folklore people is Potato Creek Johnny, or Johnny Potato Creek, however you want to look at him. Found some 5 or 6 carat gold nugget in a creek up there yet. Anybody know, for trivia, know where Potato Creek, South Dakota actually is?
I'm not going to answer it for a very specific reason, because I just read this book.
Oh, did you? It's down by Kyle, South Dakota, by the Pine Ridge Reservation.
Yeah.
More specifically, you go Highway 18 to the second tree over to the third hill, and it's on the left. And that's what the people in Kyle will tell you to find it if you have to deliver over there. But anybody wanting to go find out more about Deadwood, I strongly suggest it. And if you're up there for some good visit in the summer when maybe motorcycles are around, I suggest stopping in at the Adams Museum with the Adams family, Bullock, and all that stuff. So I just wanted to stop, say hi, and thanks everybody. It's really all I'm doing today, and I'll be listening for Deadwood.
Yeah, and by the way, Chowder, it's called Deadwood, Gold, Guns, and Greed in the American West. Peter Cozzens is the author. He's the author of the remarkable book, The Earth is Weeping, and he's going to be joining us in the second 2 hours of the show towards the end, 10 o'clock in the center, 11 o'clock in the east. Brother, be safe. We love you. There's nothing you can do about it. You know the drill, but you know.
That's right. You beat me to it, guys. I love you. We'll talk to you on the next Miana.
All right.
How's stuff?
Thank you, sir.
Later.
Our good friend Tyson Fisher, who joined us yesterday, he's on the case, by the way. Here's the headline, then I'll give you his lead. Diesel delete kits get a DOJ reprieve, not a green light. Man, that sounds old school as a headline, you know. I mean, it's got the alliteration. It's got the fact that if you don't know what you're looking at, you don't know what you're looking at. If you know what you know, then you know what it is. The Department of Justice announced it will no longer go after criminal charges for tampering with onboard diagnostic devices, but it doesn't mean that you can start installing your DEF, DPF delete kit. For years, truck drivers have been airing grievances. You think? Oh, wait, he goes on. Have been airing grievances over diesel exhaust fluid and diesel particulate filter requirements. In addition to engine derate, many truckers have complained about negative impacts on engine performance and lifespan. Some drivers Tyson is a really good writer. Some drivers have attempted to circumvent these issues with delete kits. You reprogram the ECU. By tapping into the onboard diagnostics port, delete devices can stop the engine from looking for emission sensors that regulate DPF and DEF components. There are two problems with delete kits. First, they void your warranty. Straight up. Second, punchline, they're illegal. Per the Clean Air Act, tampering with emission controls is a federal crime. There are also civil penalties up to $45,000 per vehicle and per day for reporting and record-keeping violations. Fines up to $4,500 for tampering event or sale of a delete device can be handed down to anyone selling or manufacturing them. In December of 2024, Wyoming diesel mechanic Troy Lake was sentenced to 1 year in prison for installing delete kits. So Lake's case caught the attention of high-level officials in Washington, D.C., and Senator Cynthia Lummis, Republican of Wyoming, introduced the Diesel Truck Liberation Act. I love that name, the Diesel Truck Liberation Act. The bill would prevent individuals from being prosecuted or sued for tampering with emission equipment, among other things related to delete devices. A month later, President Trump pardoned the 65-year-old mechanic. That's a pardon I can get behind.
Yep. Yeah.
Now, there's other stuff that goes into that story. It isn't as simple as you think, but that's a pardon I can get behind. That's nonsense. Federal crime, give me a break. Give me a break. Oh, wait, give me a break. I'm not kidding around, Dre. I actually need a break here.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm just going to stare at you until you say, hey, man, let's take a break.
Let's get a little tuba in there.
Oh, well, hey, let's do another song because that one was not the right one, and we're rusty around here.
I
But
understand. We're gonna get into it.
we're going to stretch it out.
Deadwood, Gold, Guns, and Greed in the American West. Peter Cozzens will be here later. Kevin Lindsay will be here now. It'll be a fun conversation. Not slip sliding your life away, maybe, actually, yeah. It's about driving on icy roads. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, back on the road, truckdown.com.
That's a good-looking bike, Huck. Thank you for sending me that.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You are. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit the share, hit all those buttons because we need you and we're happy to have you. Hello, Jimmy.
There's butt cracks, and then there's frost cracks.
Ooh, okay.
Frost cracks are what we're talking about here, by the way. That's what an exploding tree is. A phenomenon where trees experience rapid freezing of sap, causing the bark and outer wood to split. It creates loud noises, in case you didn't notice, resembling gunshots, which, of course, Dave talked about yesterday. It's not an actual explosion, by the way. It's a stress response in the tree due to extreme cold. While the sound may be alarming, it's not dangerous to nearby people or property. Frost cracks are more common in thin bark trees and can occur when temperatures drop suddenly, leading to visible splits in the tree's trunk. While the term exploding trees is used on social media, it's important to understand these cracks are actually the tree's way of responding to cold weather and don't pose a threat to humans or animals. So calm down. The trees are not exploding. They just call themselves exploding trees. Don't be a sap. It's only sap. We're going to pivot. We're going to pivot.
Pivot!
So I get an email yesterday as I'm getting ready for Maintenance Matters going, I wonder what Kevin Lindsay, the guy who's in charge of all the technology, not the technology like on the computer, but the technology under your hood at Travel Centers of America, on another edition of Maintenance Matters. And he says, what do you think about icy roads? I don't like them, Kevin. I don't like them. He meant let's talk about them. Let's talk about ways that we can mitigate the circumstances on which we drive them. How about not doing it at all? But stuff happens, and we thought we'd take a run at it. Although we should do the speed limit. Good morning, Kevin. How you doing? And how is the world in your warm pocket?
Well, the warm pocket was Sunday actually. Instead of getting all of that ice accumulation, I actually woke up Sunday morning here with 45 degrees and rain, and it melted everything that had fell on Saturday and Saturday night. So. We got lucky in the little spot where we're at now. 20 miles up the road, it's solid ice.
I got to tell you, Kevin, we got really lucky because my mom and dad and my whole family live in an area of New Orleans called Lakeview, so you can imagine what we have a view of. And the big worry was anybody that's been in New Orleans cold will tell you that they'll tell you there's nothing like a 20 degree day in New Orleans because the moisture and the wind that are necessary to produce that. We got really, really lucky in that immediately after the rain arrived, the wind did too. And so rather than raining and being windy, it rained, it snowed a little bit, and then it began to blow like crazy. And so by the time morning rolled around, we didn't have any frozen roads because it all got blown away. All the moisture got blown away. So we got very, very lucky. So you got your warm spot.
It's not warm now.
No, I'm going to say it ain't warm now. What are you looking at now? What are you
It was 9 degrees this morning, so that's not too bad.
Yeah,
that's not too bad. So
speaking of Lindsay's, our good friend Lindsay Lawler her house is a mess. Trees hit it. A whole bunch of power stuff got knocked out. It's a mess over there. So we're all rooting for you and thinking about you. And people shouldn't be driving in this, should they?
No, you really shouldn't unless you have. Especially for truck drivers, there's some necessities out there. Because there's people needing things, and not everyone prepares for storms and things like what we're seeing now, right? So there's some people that still need things out there.
Yeah, and there are people who need things who actually really need them. I mean, there are medications and there are and water and stuff like that is all really important, which is where our friends come in doing their jobs.
Well, and what I really wanted to talk about was just typical winter weather, not this something like we just saw. This is one of those once a year or maybe once every 2 or 3 years of anomalies that just kind of takes over the whole country for a little bit, so so it's a little different. But I just kind of wanted to talk in general, when we're looking at going through from certain conditions, like maybe you were running I-10 along the coast, from New Orleans to to Tallahassee or somewhere, picked up a load, and you got to head north now. So things like that to look for before you start hitting those patches of bad roads that are out there. That could be out there.
Yeah, and the other thing is too, if I understand what we kind of touched on before we kind of came in here, is that we're talking about really a specific kind of pre-trip, a specific kind of once over, a last kind of. I hate to say this. There are tires we should drive on just fine on a regular day. There are tires you might want to think twice about before hitting an icy road. To chain or not to chain is always the question. Everybody always tells you, unless it is a medical emergency, if you got to chain, then you ain't got to drive. Is kind of an ongoing thing. But sometimes you do have to chain. But there are things that you should look at. I'm going to let you kind of unpack this for people. So we're in Florida with Jody, Florida man. We're headed up to Michigan. That's his route, by the way. He does a lot of things. He goes back and forth between Jacksonville and a lot of the Michigan area. So let's talk about how one goes about doing that. Where would you like to start?
Well, really, let's start at the front of the truck with steer tires. I mean, there's always lots of talk about how to getting the truck going. We've been talking about getting the truck cranked for a month now, right, in cold weather. But once you do get going, you always want to stop. And we always talk a lot about brakes, and everything else. But I do think sometimes one of the things we may miss on a little bit in these segments are the importance of of steer tires, not just steer tires, but drive tires, tires in the colder weather, and why it's so important that you want that traction, on the rear of that tractor, on the rear of the truck, more than on the front of the truck. I've heard a lot of the guys over the years, drivers, say, "Hey, we got bad weather coming. I need a new set of steer tires." All right, what about your drive tires? Oh, I got 430 seconds. I'm okay. Is it? But that's
here's the great part about you, though, Kevin. This is the best part about you, is that usually when you talk, most people talk to a truck driver, even people who know a little bit about something, they kind of go, "Look, I'm the expert here." You're the one person that can look these people in the eye and go, I don't want to question your expertise, but if anybody's going to question your expertise, other than the OEM, maybe I'm the guy. And I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm just trying to make sure you don't die here. Crazy idea I've got.
Right.
Crazy kind of guy here.
Be safe out there. You never know when I may come around you out there on that road. So.
By the way, I mean, you have no idea when Phone Master Ray are out there driving. Listen, I'm going to ask a question I really don't know the answer to. I'm not setting myself up for this.
Yeah.
So we've talked about the idea of letting the truck breathe, essentially, when you turn it on, when you first kind of get it going, not to just kind of, I had Paranormal Pie Man writing me being like, so I reposted us talking about starting your car in the winter, and he's like, just throttle that thing up. He was being sarcastic. But are there things that you should do in regards to checking your tires, other than the obvious stuff, before you actually hit roads that might be a little bit slick, a little bit hard to kind of maneuver?
Yeah, it's just as important, or even more important, because, as colder temperatures come, your tire pressures are going to lower, obviously, right? So, but one thing you really want to make sure of, especially on the rear, on drive axles, or anywhere there's a dual set of tires, you want to make sure that both of those tires are relatively even in pressure. And the reason I say that is because the one that has, depending on the load that you put on those tires, how much weight you put on them and how much they're squatting, when you have unequal pressure on a set of duals, one of them's carrying more load than the other, which when we start talking about icy roads and stuff, now you're talking about a single tire, which is a lot less circumference with grip to the road, right? Than if you have both of them evenly, and they're the pressures are fairly even, therefore they're making a twice the size footprint in the snow or the ice or whatever. If that makes sense?
It makes perfect sense. Here. And the Paranormal Pie Man, by the way, just wrote, "Dang it, I didn't get to full rev the rig up on startup today." Now, shut up, Paranormal Pie Man. Joe J says good morning as well. Go ahead, Kevin.
Well, you start it up, mash that throttle down. There are people out there that will gladly take your money to fix some things for you.
As a matter of fact, Paranormal Pie Man, next time you get a chance to fully rev it up, I'll give you Kevin's number, and you can have him on speed dial, dude. You can just be like, Kevin, yeah, I revved it up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So we want to make sure those steer tires, we'll make sure the drive tires, it's not, it's really a matter of, because what you're really looking for here is an even impression.
Yes,
we talked
yes.
about, it's like there's natural harmonics, but there's also balancing the equipment too. The idea that you want it to kind of sit, it's almost imagining it kind of sitting perfectly level and as much level as you can get, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And a couple things to keep in mind, I've heard people talk about, the steer tires, they want the traction so they can turn. But quite honestly, when you get on ice, your steer axle on a big truck is the lightest axle there is with a single tire footprint.
Mm-hmm.
It don't matter what kind of traction you got, it's not going to turn exactly how you think it will or can. And you're not going to be able to control that as good, So if you stop and think about that before you ever start and realize, hey, I really got to watch that, that because think about that. You got 8 tires on the back of that tractor. And if you've got your trailer connected, you got some weight on those. So that's really where your stability is at, for traction and everything. So if you can keep those 8 tires going in a straight line and not get turned a little sideways and skid or anything, because once they start, there's a good chance that those 2 steer tires are not going to bring it out of it, get enough traction to bring you out of that. So, and it's funny. I've seen some of these videos, over the weekend of trucks and stuff, and I'll be honest with you, there's so many fake ones out there that's done with AI. It looks like, because I'm like, there's no way that really happened. That's some of these things are crazy, but it's amazing how far that stuff's come. But,
oh my God, it's terrifying as a matter of fact. And the thing is too is that there's got to be, I think the next piece of technology that's going to come out in regards to all of this stuff is some kind of device that people can, I don't know how to put this, where
say is this real? Is it not? Is it live?
Yeah,
or is it
that literally lets you know. There's got to be somebody is going to try to figure out something that basically says, not like can you spot the clues? It's going to be like, nope, this thing is where somebody's. But the thing is, how do you do it though? Because the only way to spot AI in regards to like the kind of stuff we're talking about is to have an AI program that spots AI. And do you know if it's telling you the truth? But there's so much stuff out there that is utter and complete nonsense. I wanted to ask a really quick question. I don't know the answer to. It's the only kind of questions I ask of you, which is, does the lightness of the axle make it freeze faster? Or what kind of issues do you have if you don't warm your car up with the axles in regards to really cold weather? Is that possible? Could you miss something? And like I said, don't know the answer here, Kevin. You could just say, no, that won't happen.
Well, what do you mean by freeze? You talking about like the freezing to the road or wherever you're parked or things like that?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about like the idea that it's like, how, and like I said, once you run your truck long enough from a certain stationary point, any kind of freezing that's happening on there, the truck's going to heat up and prevent that from happening. But is there any way that any kind of the freezing that you see before you really get rolling can have any sort of impact in regards to something doesn't take a short time to thaw? I don't see that being the case, but I wanted to kind of ask that question to make sure too.
I mean, no, I don't think so. Not really. I mean, it's really going to depend, because I have seen situations myself, in certain weather conditions where, I go out, especially when you have the freezing rain and sleet and stuff, things can puddle up depending on where you parked, so a lot of times, that stuff freezes around those tires. You may have traction at the bottom of that, but once you start trying to turn, it's nothing but solid ice. And, what's bad is when it's really, really cold outside, if it spins some, that's going to generate some heat locally. That's probably going to melt some of the ice, but now it's going to turn it back to water, which, water, we always seem to be amazed at how water can find its way into places. but and I've said this on the show before, molecularly, it's the smallest substance we deal with. I mean, it's H2O, and it can get in a lot of places. It's pretty small,
Yeah, and yeah.
from a structure standpoint.
Well, that's a really good point too. Yeah, I mean, you got to that's another reason to let it sit, because you want to avoid pulling any more water into your truck than absolutely is necessary. That's what we're talking about. Okay. All right, that makes a lot of sense. By the way, the paranormal pie man makes jokes. He does know what he's talking about. Makes a really good point. As long as your tire hasn't turned into rocks in the cold, because that's the other thing too. You got to check for that too, to make sure that your tires haven't turned to rocks. Just let it sit. Let it sit. Just move it a little bit, just break that ice up, right?
Yeah, just a little bit at a time. Easy on that throttle. Easy on that throttle when you go to move that first time, and very even possibly move just a little bit and wait a little bit again. And I mean, it depends on the situation, obviously, but something to keep in mind, before all this stuff happens is, a lot of major fleets out there nowadays, with drive tires and stuff, once they get down to like 6/30 seconds, they want them changed out. If they're doing a preventative maintenance inspection, or just, a periodic mid-trip inspection, something like that, when they see tires get down to 6/30 seconds, they're like, yeah, we need those, I need new tires, or a new tire for that position, because it's worn down. And that's one of those things too, I think, that gets overlooked, is looking at those duals, those dual sets of tires, making sure they're within me personally, I always like to see them within 2 or 3 or 4:30 seconds. I think a lot of people say, well, as long as they're within 6:30 seconds or even 8:30 seconds, which, when you stop thinking about that, that's a quarter of an inch, right? 8:30 seconds. So, I mean, because we kind of deal with tread depth on tires in 30 seconds of an inch. And, I don't know why, but, it's the way it's always been done. So I guess that's why we do that. But
well, I won't lie to you either, Kevin. Anytime anybody says as long as theirs, I always get a little bit nervous. Well, as long as theirs, yeah. How about we don't get to that point? That's a kind of a good thing to think about too. Just on a jokey fashion, our good friend Chowder says, "Good morning, all from chilly Iowa without beans." And Dave, if you got a little dog, I suggest a Nathan's with ketchup and relish. Full send is with the paranormal pie. I'd like a hot dog right now. I'll wait until noon though. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about some stuff in regards to that you might not expect when you get the you don't throttle the thing up, paranormal pie man's expertise notwithstanding. You don't throttle the thing up. You do it a little bit easier. You coax it in. You make sure that any kind of ice at the top of your tires is fully gone. Because I didn't even think about that. You literally have ice all inside of every part of your tire, and it starts to roll. It could slip you. I mean, it could slip you. And why take the chance? Let it all get worked out. Okay, what next?
Well, this is going to sound a little funny, but if you stop and think about it, let's say you're in Pensacola, Florida, down on I-10 or something. It's 75, 80 degrees. It's this time of year. It's nice down there. Well, you had a low tire. You've aired it up. Well, think about where you got that air. It's probably very humid air. And now you're up in Iowa. It's minus 10 this morning, or whatever. And that moisture in that air that was in that tire could also be frozen inside that tire. So, it can create frost inside that tire. And I think that goes back to something you mentioned there,
rocks.
Don't let those tires become rocks, do that. Right. So.
Let me ask you a question though. This is a serious one. So let's just talk about the idea of rock. So of course, you get rolling long enough, of course, and a moving truck is in and of itself heat. That's what it is. No truck rolls and creates cold. That's not the reality of it. Even if it does create cold, it's creating cold that is actually generated by heat coming through your vents. Change your filters, by the way, guys.
Had to get it in.
Yeah, had to get it in. All of that said, though. let's kind of talk for a moment about what that could look like in regards to what's happening to you as you drive, though, if there are pockets of freeze inside of your truck, inside of your tire.
Well, if that moisture has settled and then frozen, so now you end up with uh, basically chunks of ice inside that tire, which is going to throw some balance off, until it's heated up. But you got to remember, once that tire gets rolling down the road, especially if you've got a load, that weight on it and that friction from that tire surface on the road, even on ice, with a layer of ice, is still going to generate some heat into that tire, which is hopefully going to melt that out. So, which is ultimately going to raise that temperature of the rubber part of the tire, which is now going to help it be more flexible, which can get more traction. But, like whoever it was there was saying, if it turns to a rock, think about that. The harder it is, probably the less traction you're going to get on something else that's hard. You take two hard surfaces and try to roll them over each other and get grip on one and make the other turn or make one move. It's a lot harder than when the compounds that are meeting, one's softer, one's harder. You're going to get more traction like that.
Well,
right?
the other thing I always think of too is that I forget who told me this one time. They said basically what a truck is a piece of very, very dangerous equipment that basically is stabilized by a whole 18 pockets of air. 18 pockets of air that are encased in rubber, and if that rubber is rock solid, it means there's no give to it, and of course the road needs give. That's what tires are designed for. The tires are actually designed to give. It's why we'll use the summer example. It's why you shouldn't overfill your tires. And a lot of people don't understand that. The idea that I topped them off. No, don't do that. You want to have some give. You want to have a certain. It doesn't seem soft because it's a tire, but there are hard tires and there are softer versions of hard tires, and you want to have that tire as soft as possible given the conditions. Am I making sense? Is that right?
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. And and too much air pressure in one for cold temperatures, because if it's 5 degrees outside and you're airing a tire up to 100 psi. What kind of pressure is going to be inside that tire when that temperature increases? They say, I forget now what it is, but every so many psi or so many degrees of temperature, and it's one of those varying scales, but dependent. But as that tire gets hotter, as you put heat into that tire, it also increases the air pressure. So.
The other
which
thing
is odd, right? When you really stop and think about it. But
well, it's interesting too because being a kid on a bicycle actually has an analogy that works for this. In terms of the most simplistic way, though, think about when you were a kid. It's like you have these people who had tires just jacked up, and the way a bump feels when when you're going over city streets on a bicycle, just sit on a bike and hit a bump with your tires overinflated. Watch how it feels compared to how it feels when your tires are where they should be.
Hurts your butt a little bit.
Hurts your butt a little bit, yeah. A little bit. A little goose in the caboose is going on there what ends up happening. But that's the truth of the matter. That's kind of it. And look, there's so much else to talk about here in regards to that about what you're looking at, because it isn't like, look, if you go walk on and look at your truck and one side is leaning in the wrong direction, okay, well something. But it's kind of different than that. And I was going to ask you in regards to, do you roll in the snow a little bit, stop the truck, get out, and then take a look to see what the traction looks like, what you're leaving in your wake?
Yeah, I would. That's one of those things. And maybe it was just, I don't know, some, common sense country boy stuff I learned at a fairly young age, Well, in inclement weather, I would always do that, kind of look and see, how far down am I sinking? Am I going all the way down? Oh, look, no, all I'm doing is compressing the snow. And with the temperatures and the way my tire treads are and the way it's doing nothing but creating a sheet of ice that I'm making, that I'm going, I probably shouldn't be driving on this, but I agree with that. It's not a bad idea. You pull forward, a few feet, maybe a few yards, whatever, and take a look at that traction. What is it looking like? Because with just that friction from it rolling across it, depending on temperature, it can actually, melt some of that stuff and even get all the way down to the asphalt, to the road to get better traction. And sometimes it does, right? So just dependent. So
by the way, last question, because we're running out of time here too. Are there I know, unbelievable, huh? I'm telling you, dude, these things fly. I wanted to ask you this. So Paranormal Pie Man once again says snow tire versus summer tire. There are situations where maybe you might want to think about changing your tires. Is that
absolutely? And I think our friends up in the Great White North, they've got laws for some of that stuff, right? When it gets to be a certain time of year, you've got to have certain tires. Not just on commercial vehicles, but even on automobiles, right? So
let me tell you something. If I ever get, Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie of OBAC, they show up here about, once a month to talk about, twice a month now to talk about, Canada Calling. And what's really funny about it is the fact that I am now dreading, because I'm going to ask Jim that question, and I am going to get a treatise. He is going to give me a treatise on swapping out tires, because he'll know that rule inside and out. Good morning to Marty Ellis, who's over at the Speedway in Faven. Good morning to our good friend Chowder, who is over in the Dakotas. And Joe J says, speaking of ketchup and relish, does anybody remember Heinz hamburger relish from the 80s? It was a ketchup-based relish. I remember it. He still mourns the discontinuation of it. Maybe Travel Centers of America can bring that back, a little ketchup relish. Can you talk about it? Come on.
I tell you what, I'll see what I can do.
You got that kind of pull, man. You got keeping people safe.
I don't know about that, but I'll see what I can do.
Kevin, can't thank you enough for making the time. Please stay safe in that balmy 5 degrees that's out there right now. Just be careful, be safe. We're rooting for you. We're cold down here, but we're more than managing. It's certainly better than your conditions. Get out of here. Go have a great day, my friend.
All right, you guys too.
Kevin Lindsay appears every week on Tuesday, 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east, here on Maintenance Matters. It's brought to you by Travel Centers of America. We're going to come back on the other side. Phone lines are open at 615-292-6366.
Nemo!
We'd love to hear from you, but if not, we got news and fun facts and information, and we got a great Highway to Health coming up. We got a great book about Deadwood, a great book about toxic bosses, all kinds of groovy conversations headed your way. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Lindsay will be here at the top of the second half and the bottom of it as well.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible incompatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
A judge, by the way, denied the Chinese American Truckers Association's attempt to stop the revocation of non-domiciled immigrant CDLs in the state. On January 7th, the CATA filed for a temporary restraining order or preliminary injunction seeking to force California Department of Motor Vehicles to end its pause on issuing non-domiciled immigrant CDLs, along with a lawsuit against the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, the FMCSA Administrator Derek Barrs, and California DMV Director Steve Gordon. A federal judge rejected these filings on the 23rd of January. According to Law 360, and these are the words from CDL Life, but you can find Law 360 as well, the suit alleged that federal enforcement of stricter rules surrounding commercial drivers, along with clerical errors discovered in California's issued non-domiciled CDLs, caused the California DMV to implement a freeze back in September, creating hardships for otherwise eligible commercial drivers. Judge Bernal has since denied the injunction request and clarified that California would face serious consequences if they yielded to the request of the Chinese American Truckers Association. This is what Judge Bernal said in the order. While plaintiff, the Chinese American Trucking Association, asserts that its members face immediate and severe hardship, tipping the balance of equities in its favors, the court finds the public interest plainly and substantially weighs against the relief plaintiff seeks. Plaintiff seeks to enjoin California from pausing its consideration of non-domiciled CDL applications for renewal upon expiration or replacement where a CDL has been lost or stolen, but remain valid at the time it was lost. FMCSA, however, has made clear that California's issuance of non-domiciled CDLs, which FMCSA interprets broadly and includes renewals, is prohibited. Should California continue to administer its non-domiciled CDL program in a manner FMCSA deems out of compliance with federal standards, FMCSA can withhold additional money and even decertify California's entire CDL program. It would plainly be catastrophic to the state and the public for FMCSA to wholesale decertify California's CDL program because California's compliance with a court order contravenes an FMCSA final determination that is not before this court to review. I will not do this, is what he's saying, because if I do this, I cannot stop the FMCSA from decertifying all of California's CDL program. Therefore, with that in mind, I will not do it. And the injunction, the prohibition, continues with the non-domiciled CDLs. We got a phone call coming in here on Road Gang Radio. What is happening? Who am I talking to?
Yep, what he said.
It's your time.
It's our time. It's your time. Hey, guys, it's showtime.
Hey, brother.
That's a good topic right there, Jimmy, you just talked about. You know?
Yeah, he does that.
Why do these people think they're just above the rules? They can do whatever they want.
I think it's nagging housewives.
Yeah.
I think it's go back to work.
What doesn't help their case is a while back an Asian driver was caught running 2 tablets. So he would run one till he ran out of hours and swap the other one and just keep going.
That's one way to work the system.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, too, I sometimes wonder with law enforcement agents, when you pull somebody over and you're aware of what's going on, is it like, do I really want to go through all this stuff right now? But I'm telling you, man, it's just like, guys, take the breath. Take the breath. It's one of those things, too. Look, this will work itself out. Look, there are people who, it happens, who get kind of swept up in this stuff, and we want them back on the road, but it's one of those things like, dude, look, you want to do everything right, take the breath, cross the T's, dot the I's, get your stuff in order, and everything is going to be fine. If you're doing it right and you belong to an association, Let them work with you to keep you on your feet until we can get things straightened out. And if you can't do that, then you probably weren't doing it right in the first place. That's kind of my take on it.
Well, and most of those are probably container haulers and stuff anyway, so that work in California. So, but I don't know.
What's happening on your brain, though? What's going on?
Yeah, get it off your chest.
Just back on the road again. I was training last week a new driver, and we loaded yesterday, and now we're headed east, chasing the ice storm. So, we're in Arizona right now, so I avoided all that stuff.
I wanted to ask you something, because Dave brought it up yesterday on the show, and Dave has this habit of, and it's a good habit actually, where he will work stuff out loud. He was moving towards an idea of something, and he was talking about the psychology of drivers. There is, because driving is such a part of American culture, and it's the absolute truth. And by the way, I would actually argue there's a reason why this has happened, but it continues to this day, even though the reason why it's happening isn't happening as much. Bear with me here for a second. Be patient. God isn't finished with me yet. So, the way we learn language is, the reason we don't think about speaking English is because we've been speaking it all of our lives. And we don't even know when we really first started speaking it even close to properly. We just kind of started speaking it. And people learn language between the time that they're about 2 years old. Well, actually, it's about 1 to 6 years old is when they're actually learning it, don't even realize they're learning it. What Dave was kind of getting at is the fact that, we look at driving in this country in particular as if it is the same as breathing or walking. Do you follow me? Therefore, I don't need instructions on how to breathe or how to walk. Why do I need further instructions on how to drive? And he actually was moving towards discussing the idea of that too many older drivers in particular, and he doesn't mean older in regards to like 70, but he means like people have been doing it 15, 20, 30 years, that there's a real problem with, that attorneys go back and have to, in order to continue to be attorney, you have to go back and take certain classes. Doctors have to do the same thing. And there seems to be a resistance in truck driving among certain portions. There are other people who love this stuff, to like going back and either polishing up on your training, recertifying yourself, or figuring out ways to get better. Do you find that's a problem? Not for you, because you and I have talked about getting better every day, but do you find that there's a culture in trucking, not about among the English speaking, among people who have been doing this? I have a theory as to why, but do you know what I'm talking about here?
Well, yeah, kind of. And another thing, it shouldn't be just in truck driving. To me, I think after so many years, everyone should have to go back through the driver's test again, because so much has changed that people don't know about. Like, say, for example, the move over law. Most people don't even know what that is.
Yeah. So here's my, by the way, that fits in perfectly. Here's my hot take. There was a time in this country where everybody couldn't wait to get their driver's license. I mean, you know what I'm talking about. And it wasn't it wasn't too far away. I mean, like we've talked about this, I mean, in the earliest incarnations of this show, where, man, a driver's license meant freedom. Lindsay's talked about it too, and there was a point where, this drives me crazy as well too. This is where one of those places where kids are the worst. Because there used to be a time that if you drove up to your school in high school in a car, it didn't matter if it was a pink Opel. It didn't matter. You had a car. You had a car. That was awesome. And as a matter of fact, if your car was a rolling piece of garbage and only could, it was only legal by an inch, that was awesome. You made it yours individually. As people have gotten more money or more credit, and as people have waited longer and longer to drive, what we're dealing with now is people think they have a right to drive without any of the sort of language skills we talked about people learning English at. I mean, you started thinking about driving at what age? 8, 9, right?
I started driving farm tractors at 5.
Right, exactly. And that's my point to a T. It's a lot easier to consider yourself an expert by the time you get your license. You've been handling equipment since you were 10. Just watch Father of the Bride over the weekend for a Diane Keaton film festival. Let me tell you something, dude. There's a scene in that movie. Remember when they only hired 2 valet parkers and they have to move all the cars? You know what I'm talking about?
I didn't see it.
Okay, it's really funny. So basically, they have 2 kids, and they're both 9 years old. They're both 9 and 10 years old, and they've only got 2 valets to move all the cars all over the place. They look at those 2 kids, and those 2 kids get put behind the wheel, and the scene is comical. There's nothing horrifying about it. There's no calling. There's no calling parent services. It's what is his name? Kieran Culkin sitting on phone books with his head over the dashboard, figuring out a way to drive the car into a parking lot. And that kind of stuff happened all the time, up until like the aughts, up until like about, 2001, 2002. The idea like, throwing your keys to somebody. I got my first keys thrown at me at 11 years old. Like, you need to go drive so-and-so over to the donut shop. What? Take the car. Go. And I think that part of the problem is that we don't grow up with them anymore as part of our culture, but we still think we have the cultural right to drive without having to get better. But like I said, it should happen with I agree, with actual four-wheelers. Do you think that there is a problem in trucking culture of not wanting to get better?
I think there are, well, it's not that some get better. I think it's some that they think they know it all and they don't need to learn anything more when they actually need more training. That's the problem. Like, you talk to the older guys like me and Chowder and a bunch of them that have been out here forever. Like we say, you learn something new every day. The day we don't, we're handing the keys in.
It's interesting.
And that's the difference.
For the National Truck Driving Championships, and by the way, there are a lot of people that I talk to like you, and I've talked to other people on this show where I'm like going, you guys don't have time for that, and you don't work for the kind of companies that kind of create space for that. But there is a real culture among those particular guys where it's always about getting better. It's always about figuring out every little inch. What I would really like to have in regards to, CDL schools is I would like people to have a very long conversation about what put on your blinker, what blinker etiquette is. I don't think we have that conversation enough because the number of people who actually do use their blinkers reflexively, but they don't use them until they start moving. I'm always kind of shocked about that. I had one guy get angry at me, drove by me and yelled at me. He said, "You had your blinker on too long." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I put it on a block away from the block that I would be turning on. There was no other place for me to turn. I wasn't going to pull the car over the side of the road. It's like instantaneous." Yeah.
And one thing I taught when I was at the driving school, when I was teaching teens and them to drive around trucks, I said, if you look in your rearview mirror and see a truck behind you, signal way ahead of time. And they give me kind of a look like, why? And I go, because we take so much longer to slow down. If you let us know ahead of time, we can start building a gap between you so you can turn and we can drive by you without having to stop.
Exactly.
While you're turning.
Exactly. I mean, it's a heads up. It's not a here I go. It really isn't.
Right.
I mean, it isn't a here I go. It's a heads up. Something's going to happen here. I want to give you enough advance warning that you can brace up for it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, It's just like I'll give you a great example, too. Middle lane. Somebody's getting up on your ass. Put your blinker on to go to the right lane. If they have any sense as a driver, they should back off at that point, let you get over, and then they can blow past you. Not to ride up on you, not to block you out. I mean, I know we're talking about blinker culture here, guys, and it's kind of duh, but I just feel like there's so many ways, and the the laws that you've just been talking about. There are a lot of people that don't know the changes that are going on. And they, I would like to have a serious conversation about right of way and merge laws too. Can we please have that conversation?
Yeah. Well, and that's all part of the. Like I said, even for four-wheelers, they should have to go back through the driving test every so many years, because a lot of them forget how to merge. They think getting on the interstate from the ramp. Oh, I have the right of way. No, you don't.
No, you don't. My other favorite is, by the way, it's so well put. It's just 3 words from the Paranormal Pie Man: entrance, ramp, etiquette.
Right.
There it is.
Right. Well, and the other ones, the other part of that is the ones that drive slow till they get to the very end of the ramp, and then once they get on the road, then they floor it and take off. It's like, you should have been getting up to speed coming down the ramp. That's what that's designed for. You get up to speed to merge in. And that's what drives me crazy is a lot of these foreign drivers. they will drive by an on and off ramp, pull off on the shoulder, and then when they go to start, they pull right out into stop traffic or into traffic from a dead stop. Like, why didn't you get off the ramp? You can get a speed up as you come down, and you can blend in more safely. But, you know, at Haji's 72-hour CDL school, they didn't learn that.
Hey, by the way, Haji spoke fluent English. I want to point this out to you. Don't be besmirching Haji, man. Haji
Don't be bashing Haji. He's a good driver.
Haji was awesome, dude. Haji saved Johnny Quest from the electrical monster. The other thing is, too, though, is I'd like to have another conversation as well about the number of people, both English and non-English, who don't understand what yield is. My favorite is a girl told me, I'm like, why did you stop? I had a yield sign. Was there any yield to? It's like yield means yield to something. It doesn't mean yield to nothing. I mean, the yield sign doesn't.
Right,
there was
there's nobody there.
There's nobody there. Go. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm getting a little bit.
And the more they put in roundabouts, the worse it gets.
I know, and it's awful because a roundabout is a gorgeous invention. I know people hate them, but it's like. But here's the thing. It's kind of like grocery stores. Grocery stores aren't the problem. It's the people inside of them. Roundabouts aren't the problem. It's the people inside of them. And boy, that's a conversation too, man. People need to learn. And four-way stops. Oh my God! Don't get me started. Like, why aren't you going? Why aren't you going? Why did you run that stop sign? What are you doing? And I'm sitting here, and Dre is getting PTSD because that's exactly what happened to Dre. Yeah. Dre didn't do anything wrong. He looked both ways, and he went through an intersection where he had right of way, and somebody didn't. We can go on about this, but this is the kind of stuff I really wish that CDL classes would take the time. There's a thing that happens at colleges where people will get in, and they'll come from a substandard high school, and what they'll be like is like, look, we're not going to flunk you out of here, but you need to go back not to remedial English, but you need to go back to like some basic concepts of English. And the same thing needs to happen in regards to driving, where it's like, hey, you know, since we're here in a CDL school and you're just kind of showing up, why don't we go through some basic rules of the road? Why don't we just kind of talk about what they actually mean? I got a second phone call, Showtime. Brother, I can't tell you what it's like getting a chance to talk to you again. Be safe out there. Keep in touch, man. Be safe.
I will. Everyone be careful out there.
Thank you, Showtime. Dre, who do I got, and what do they want?
I don't know. Let's see. Who are you? What do you want?
Good morning, it's Tony.
Yeah! What's going on, brother? What's happening?
Oh, hell, you know, even with $3 million, they still make me take a safety class once a year over here at Prime. So,
oh, man.
All the simulators and all that good stuff.
Nice. What's on your mind, brother?
Oh, not much. You're right about the driving forever. I'm only 55, but I've been licensed for 42 years now.
Right. There it is. So, love it.
Plus driving vehicles at 5 years old on Dad's lap type of deal, or, you know, hopping on tractors as, you know, 10 or 12 to go haul hay or whatever.
Let me ask you something really quickly here too, because I actually, one of my favorite things to do, you know, as you know, I write a lot, and I actually decided I'm going to spend a day writing my driving history. And I don't mean my driving once I got a license. I wanted to kind of track how I was in position to be able to get the license so easily. And I think about the fact that I was like on mini bikes around 7 or 8, and that I was on go-karts right around the same time. And I was running into tires and running off the track on go-karts. So by the time I finally got behind the wheel of a car for a driving test, there was no chance of me like backing into a wall. You know what I'm saying? It's just...
I had all my wrecks on motorcycles and go-karts rather than other vehicles.
Yeah, but here's the thing about that is the fact that I got really hurt a couple of times on bicycles, on mini bikes, and on go-karts. I mean, really hurt. You know, the way the kids get really hurt and bounce back. But I really think, though, that I thought I was able to I realized I made that jump. I'm like, man, if it hurts on this, I can't even imagine what it feels like inside of one of these things. And so I really think I had a better respect for the automobile and all the automobiles around me. And I really think that riding a bike in a suburban neighborhood next to a car makes you realize how dangerous those things are. And I think all this stuff has been lost. I really do. I'm sorry, I'm taking up your phone call. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to mention the
42 years of driving since 13 routine as far as the actual license. But, I don't know. I remember Dallas Auto Auctions. I was 15. My little brother was 13. I had a school permit out in Nebraska, and he decided to go down to Dallas, and he took his two sons and had a 3-car hauler, and the third was kind of iffy on the whole issue with a dolly, and he bought 6 vehicles. So I tow-barred one, drove a little Bronco 2 with a K-car on a tow bar all the way from Dallas back to southeast Nebraska, and my brother was in between us, and we threw a couple of CBs in, and 2 o'clock in the morning, we're on the Kansas Turnpike, and state troopers out there measuring vehicle length on Dad's rig, and an older trooper comes up to him and realizes he knew Dad, and Dad was still a county sheriff in Nebraska at the time, and they got talking back and forth, and, well, Corey, you're going to take that down when you get off the turnpike, aren't you? No problem. This day and age, we'd have all been in jail.
That's the other thing, too. And then I'm going to make a controversial statement, and you are allowed to agree or disagree. I really think that one of the other problems with what has happened with non-domiciled drivers in the United States is that there was a time when law enforcement had more flexibility to extend grace. What you're talking about, the idea that it's like, look, you know what, you want to get them out of that back area, you want to take care of this thing, get to where you have to get there as soon as possible, go and sin no more. I think given the fact that there are so many dangerous characters out there and so many iffy and suspicious things, that a law enforcement agent often can't extend grace to people he should extend grace to, because he ends up in a dilemma where it's saying, I let this guy go and it's all going to come back on me. And I think that's part of the other problem too. It's not just making the roads less safe these days, it's making it impossible for people to cut any sort of slack anymore. That's my take. Like I said, you've been out there longer, you've been doing it longer, you might say, well, no. It's got to get taken care of. But love your take on that, by the way. Did I lose him? You there, T? He's gone. We lost him. Man, what a good phone call, though. 42 years, 55 years old, 42 years on the highways and byways. That's a lot of mileage, dude.
Oh, God.
That's a lot of territory to cover. And by the way, you should check in with yourself every once in a while. Paranormal Pie Man, all of our friends out there, Mr. McNabb, Dave Nemo, Marty Ellis, everybody out there chatting and talking. We would love you to tell us how long you've been driving. Mm-hmm. You can just put it in the chat if you want to, because in many ways, I think people don't check in with themselves. They really don't. By the way, I have... let me see. He's got 42 years. I have 41.
Okay.
No, do I have 41? Wait a second.
Yeah, that's hard to think about.
I got to do the math. I'm getting a little crazy here. I've been driving. Here's what's crazy. In regards to my hands on the steering wheel of an automobile,
Yeah.
where I'm moving the car beyond just a parking lot, where it's like on even a neighborhood block. I've been doing that since 13.
Okay.
I can say since 13. Legally since 14.
Nice.
Well, I mean, somebody was in the car with me. I wasn't like tooling around. I mean, it's like, but that's what he's talking about, though. It's like, hey, if a policeman stopped us on Canal Boulevard in the 70s and 80s, and I was driving a car at 13, and my dad was in the car, and it's like, hey guys, what are we doing here? And it's like, does he have a license? No, we're just driving around the block. I tell you what, why don't you drive on a safer block?
Yeah.
Why don't you be someplace where it's less of a problem? Just kind of get it going.
Exactly, because that was with me growing up in Louisiana, and also having family and friends and my dad, that we had land and properties that was just like, hey, I need you to take that car down on the road, go get me something from the store, or go get this from Tractor Supply or whatever. But it was back roads, not really anybody around. And hey, man, I looked the part, but
gotta learn sometime.
Yeah, I think the first time. And I would back up trucks for trailers and learn how to do that before I drove forward. So I think I was 8, maybe 7,
About
8.
right.
Yeah.
About right. You can, and that's the thing. What's really crazy is we got this whole thing about country boys and city boys and country girls and city girls and all that stuff. But back in the 70s and 80s, that's a different thing completely. It's like people were getting made fun of because I was driving at 9. Not you weren't driving until 13. Now it's like I didn't drive until I was 22. What are you talking about, dude? Well, you went to a go-kart course. No, but we're thinking about doing it next weekend. I'm scared.
Did you see what Dave said on the chat? What do you call someone who microwaves hot dogs?
I'm going to let you say it, but it just hurt my heart.
Well, Frank Zappa.
By the way, Sean has been driving for 33 years. He's 55 years old. The Paranormal Pie Man has been driving for 13 to 14 years. 13 many years behind the wheel of the automobile. You guys can jump into the chat and kind of make your voices heard over there. We got a great guest coming up here in short order on Road Gang Radio. We take care of the body. We take care of the body of your truck. We take care of the body of your body. And we got a great one, Dr. Well, this is great. Dr. Matt Fontaine is joining us to talk about self-healthcare advocacy. I want you to go to drmattfontaine.com, how to become your own healthcare advocate. The segment is about how you can become your body's master, make sense of the overwhelming medical information at your fingertips, and filter out what won't serve you or worse, what will hurt you. His big story is American healthcare expenditure is now breaching 20% of our nation's GDP. It's safe to say our healthcare costs are in crisis. Now, there is a lot of that, though, that just simply involves overcharging and the inability of our system. And look, the complexity of what the American healthcare system is to a large degree is we are the laboratory for the rest of the world in a lot of ways. People got to get paid to develop amazing things. And I heard a really great defense of this drug that was literally the most absurd price I'd ever heard. The guy who actually created it said, nobody has to really pay that. He said, we're not stopping kids from getting this drug. But the idea that it's like when you talk about a miracle drug that can cure cancer, and there's literally stuff out there now that can actually arrest cancer, cure cancer, stop certain kinds of cancers. It took them 20 years to develop. It's $1 billion IP. It is. It's $1 billion IP. So some of those costs are, in fact, built into what we call capitalism. That being said, 20% of the GDP, that's a problemo.
Yeah.
That's a problem. So just take it easy. Listen to Dr. Matt Fontaine. He's going to be joining us here in Uno Momento. Don't forget, Peter Cozzens is coming. Cuz is coming. Talk about the Deadwood situation. He is going to be here at 10 in the center and 9 and 11 in the east, talking about Deadwood, gold, guns, and greed in the American West. He's the author of The Earth is Weeping. And before that, Dr. Laura Lovett is going to be joining us talking about toxic bosses in toxic workplaces. And before that, Lindsay Lawler is going to drop in at the top of the second part of the show and then the bottom of the second part of the show. The first time to catch us up on what's going on and why she can't get back into the country. Dude, I'll bribe who I can, but there's only so much we can do around here. And then, of course, in the last half hour, as we do a little Lindsay Lawler's country and western news. All of that a racked, packed, and stacked lineup. Big thanks, by the way, to Mr. T for giving us a call about those wonderful 42 years behind the wheel, and a big thanks to Showtime for getting us going as well, too. A little driving etiquette, little merging etiquette, little four-way stop etiquette, little use that blinker etiquette. You guys know what you're doing. Spread the word. Evangelize by example. We'll be right back after this.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
You are a part of the gang, and we're hanging out a little bit more with Jimmy before we get Lindsay in here.
Of course, it is Tuesday on Road Gang Radio, where we take care of both what is under the hood and what is under your chest. We take care of take care of your profession, and we take care of your body. Yep. And with that in mind, don't forget as well too that Lindsay Lawler will be here. Make your heart feel a little bit better at the top of the second part of the show here on Road Gang Radio. We are literally rumbling, bumbling, and stumbling our way towards victory. We got a great book about Deadwood. We got a great book about toxic bosses. By the way, this is Deadwood. This is not a toxic boss work environment. At least it wasn't as of this morning. Maybe things will change. Give me some time. But without further ado or a don't, we now pivot.
Pivot!
We are absolutely pleased to welcome Dr. Matt Fontaine. He's a lifelong athlete. He's got over 24 years' experience as a sports chiropractor. His private practice in integrative physical medicine focuses on accurate diagnosis, rapid recovery, and peak performance. He has served as a sports chiropractor for Major League Baseball and with the ART Ironman Triathlon medical team. He completed his residency at Texas Back Institute and has spent the last decade plus serving a patient community that includes men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces, veterans, and other government agencies. His new book, by the way, was released in August of 2025, Only One Body. Dr. Matt Fontaine joins us this morning. How are you, Doctor? Thanks for making time for us.
Jimmy Mack, thanks for having me. Appreciate you having me on. Glad to be here.
So, basically we kind of set this whole situation up as the idea that people often look, there are people who don't trust doctors at all, and there are people who simply their doctor tells them to jump and they say how high, and in doing so they pull their back out. There's got to be some way that you put your trust into the hands of experts, but that you stay informed at a certain level to understand that every once in a while it's like, dude, I hear where you're coming from. I'd like a second opinion. Or can you tell me more about why it is you're asking me to do the stuff I do? You really want it, just like an active participation democracy, where you understand that at some point you've got to give way to experts, but you still have a right to make calls and judgments. Talk about what's at the core of this book and what inspired you to write it.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head right out of the gate. I think the biggest thing was we wanted to write a book that would empower people and educate them on, the human architecture and a physiological blueprint for how our body's put together so that you can be your own self-advocate. I mean, most doctors are well-meaning, but if patients have better understanding of what's going on, they ask better questions, and they can do exactly that. They can use their doctors and their healthcare providers for their expertise and then take that into context and break it down into the nuance of their individual situation. And ask better questions about whether or not they agree with the diagnosis and the treatments that are being laid out. Ask for second opinions. I always say doctors who are really confident, they welcome second opinions, because if you're confident in your diagnosis and course of action, you're going to welcome somebody else weighing in on that. So that's really the true north for the book, was to just give people a basic blueprint, because most of us are running around without an owner's manual. And the more educated you are about your body, the better conversations you can have with your providers when things go wrong with it.
I'm going to ask a question that my on-air partner, who comes in the second half of the show, she and I are obsessed with writing, journaling, keeping notes, and all this kind of stuff. We don't have it. We don't have a manual. We don't have that. And one of the things that we can do over the course of our life, though, do you at any level, and I think you know where I'm going here, recommend that people actually keep some sort of medical journal of themselves to write down what their doctors tell them, and to also write down questions they can have for their doctor as well. One of the most encouraging things about this is you're not telling people not to trust the medical profession, but, and I wanted to ask you this as a question, do sometimes patients' unwillingness to talk about everything with their doctors often prevent the doctor from fully understanding what is or isn't happening to the patient?
Yeah, that can definitely happen. I think a lot of times what happens is patients will view certain things as insignificant to what they're currently sitting in front of a doctor for. You know, perfect example for me being a sports chiropractor, they might fail to talk about a car accident that they had 20 years ago because in their mind it's insignificant. But a lot of times that ends up being, you know, a piece of information that helps to explain why they may have advanced arthritis in a certain area. I think a healthy sense of skepticism as a patient, you know, being your own advocate is important. And yeah, I think one of the best things that patients can do is to keep track of injuries and illnesses that they've had so that they can better report that to their doctor. Because one of the challenges that I've seen, and it's pervasive out there, is most patients are not good historians about their medical history. You know, they may remember big milestones, but if they've had surgeries, a lot of times their ability to recall details are really hampered. Sometimes they'll come in with a laundry list of medications, and they usually are pretty good about writing those down. But as far as, you know, hey, if you had shoulder surgery, what year was it done? What did they exactly do? A lot of patients are very, very vague on the details. And so short of being able to get a copy of the operative report, you're kind of beholden to whatever the patient can tell you. So I'm a big fan of keeping a medical journal on the big things, you know, vaccinations, procedures that you've had, major illnesses, and just being able to report that to, you know, your primary care physician and the different providers that you're working with.
The best coaches I ever had when I was in both grammar and high school were always the men and women who were able to connect whatever exercises we were doing to what it is we were doing. The idea that when we would do warm-ups, when we would do, football, I'll give you a great example. The first time we ever did crossovers, I remember finally after a couple of, about a week or so of crossover, he said, I wanted to get that into you guys reflexively. He said, but ultimately, he said, let me show you why we do this. And then he kind of set up an offensive line, and then he ran down it, doing crossovers to show us what the purpose of it was. One of the things that you specialize in, just from looking at the book and from kind of going through a lot of the stuff that you talk about, is that you actually look at exercise as an integrative wonder drug. That it, in fact, isn't just something that keeps you in shape, but it's stuff that actually helps you kind of get better, keeps you better, and all that kind of stuff. Can you talk about the idea of how you talk to a patient about how it is they maintain their physical fitness while at the same time connecting it to their overall well-being? You're supposed to jog isn't anywhere near as good as explaining to somebody all the kind of benefits of jogging and to check in with themselves. I want you to kind of unpack that for our listeners.
Yeah, so one of the things I go over with my patients is kind of training full spectrum, you know, and if it's somebody who hasn't been active in a while or they're just not a workout person, we'll get them walking daily, 10, 20-minute walks a couple times a day. Once they build up a little bit of that aerobic capacity, we're going to try to get them doing some strength training. And so I try to explain what training full spectrum looks like. It means we should be doing some zone 2 cardio, think like a low impact walk or, spin bike, outside cycling, something that keeps your heart rate at a level where you can still carry on a conversation, but you're building that aerobic base, and then some strength training. And then we can get into doing some sport specific things. But I think explaining the why behind, anything that we do helps to create buy-in. I think it's, no matter what you're talking about, whether it's mechanics on a vehicle or mechanics with your body, it's important to kind of get a basic understanding, because then, the why starts to make sense and why we're doing things. And I think it helps to just push the importance of fitness. If we look at the three things that drive chronic disease, it's really systemic inflammation, it's insulin resistance, and it's ATP shortage. So exercise is going to help with all three of those things. The more fit you are, physical health is inextricably linked to our mental and emotional well-being. And so, getting people to realize that the key is not necessarily intensity, it's consistency over time. Consistency always beats intensity. If you're a professional athlete, there's going to be a certain amount of intensity that goes along with your training. That's your professional job. For the rest of us that are just running a regular career and we've got a regular, work week and we're trying to just train for longevity and being able to have a higher quality of life, we try to lay out, what are the main things that we should be touching on over the course of a week. Should we be doing yoga once a week? Absolutely. It helps us to kind of get and bend and twist the spine, which is great for our health. Causes us to be able to touch ranges of motion that we're otherwise not going to touch on a day-to-day basis. And then we get into strength training. Why is it important to do? Well, maintaining lean muscle mass is very important. We're coming into a new age in medicine where lean muscle mass is going to become the new biomarker. And it's going to be, I think, it'll surpass blood sugar and some other markers in terms of how important it is to maintain lean muscle mass as we age, because it increases our metabolic capacity. It keeps our metabolism active. Strength training, obviously important for fall prevention and, just generalized being able to do the things we need to do day in and day out. So that's kind of our approach from a high level. And, it certainly differs if we're dealing with somebody who's already, been working out for decades. They were somebody that came from an athletic background. It's a little bit of an easier conversation. Although sometimes with those folks, we have to kind of really get strategic about, are they doing too much in the gym and are they under recovering? So for some people, we need to get them off the couch and doing more. And for some people, we need to try to modify what they're doing and maybe add a little bit more recovery time in.
This is interesting, by the way. I got a chance over the last weekend, not this one, but the previous weekend, went to go see 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple. And Ray Fiennes, who is 63 years old, and I'm telling you something, dude is in the shape of his life. Saw that movie, and I don't mean like, when I say the shape of his life, I mean looks good for a 63-year-old man as opposed to look swole jack, as some people will often say. And I just decided to look it up, his training. And one of the things that his trainer told him, he said, look, you're 63 years old. I don't want to make you look like a model. He said, what I want to make you look like is a sturdy old rope. And I just love that analogy. And the idea behind it was that it goes to that lean muscle mass. He said, I want you to look like you're a guy who, eats right and takes care of himself. And I know that sounds kind of vague, but the idea behind all of this isn't, like I said, athletes are a different animal here. But even like what we do for a living, what Phone Master Dre and I do for a living, is we sit in chairs for 4 hours and talk nonstop. And there are things that you can do. The man who started all of this, 77 years old, hits the gym every day. And it prevents you from flagging at day's end, that even if you are behind a desk on a regular basis, it is so important. You can pull your back out behind a desk. You can get inflammation sitting behind a desk. It becomes almost even more important. Recovery is important for athletes. For people who aren't athletes, who actually are sedentary, movement is that fair? Is that the great anti-inflammation? Because is it movement that really kind of encourages us to reduce our inflammation, and then we can kind of cascade that into dietary choices and ways to amp it up?
Yeah, I agree with you totally. I mean, I think the biggest key is we've got to move every day. So, patients ask me a lot, what does that look like? For me, I'm up early. First thing I do is hydrate, and then I usually get about 10 or 20 minutes of mobility. And I don't consider that part of my workout, but it just consistently over time, those days add up week over week, month over month. And it's just a way to get the body moving during the day. It stimulates, your kidneys. It stimulates your metabolism to say, hey, we're ready to get up and move. Most people today have a sedentary job, and being in the gym for an hour a day is not going to offset 8, 10, 12 hours behind the computer. But it's kind of a minimal effective dose. So the biggest key is to just make sure that people are moving, number one. And so, movement is going to help promote blood flow. It's going to do a lot of things for us. And you're exactly right. It's very easy to have things, the hips get tight when we sit too much. We're not designed for that. And that leads to compression on the lower back. That can lead to, compression of the discs in the lower back, chronic low back pain. And it's a slippery slope because now as you have chronic low back pain, you're less apt to be able to want to go out and do any kind of exercise. Same for people that have arthritic knees and hips. It's very difficult. And so the biggest key is we want to get them moving again. Movement's going to help, with everything from blood sugar handling. I mean, it's not as simple as just to move. We've got to watch our diet as well. But, diet and exercise go hand in hand. And if we're eating a diet that's pretty clean, a lot of fruits and vegetables, we're getting fiber in, we're avoiding sugar as much as we can, and we're moving, you're on a pretty good path to really taking care of your body.
I'm going to make you laugh, actually. So we actually broadcast live from New Orleans, which is the birthplace of trucking radio. And New Orleans may be the only city in the United States where it's cooler to be in the band than on the football team. They get to march every year in parades all across the city of New Orleans. And I'm talking about all across the city of New Orleans, long routes, which, of course, gives all the tuba players a chance to really get in shape because they got to carry a tuba for the length of a parade route. A lot of parents will march in the parades with the kids. Some of them run from like 11 to like 16 years old, so they have escorts and they have people who kind of take care of them. One of the guys who ran one of the bands when I was a disciplinarian at one of those schools would have a meeting with the parents months before we ever started marching, and he would be like, "Hey, I want to remind you, really appreciate you volunteering for this, but I've got to tell you right now," he said, "I'm going to tell you this right now, we don't have a backup car on the route. So if you want to march with us, if you want to walk with your kids the miles and miles that we, it's the route of some of the parades is the longest avenue in the United States." He said, "I need you to start walking now because one of the things I wanted you to talk about is if in fact you haven't taken care of yourself, you can't turn this around with one walk or really one intense month. That's actually a good way to never do it again, to really hurt yourself. And so people who have neglected this have to ease themselves into this as well and make sure they start making better choices all around to sustain the movement and the activity you're talking about," correct?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, that's, you see it. I've had, friends, in the past, they'll plan a trip and they're going to go hike whatever. It could be Kilimanjaro, Machu Picchu. And, you talk to these people when they come back and they're like, "Man, you wouldn't believe the condition that some of these people show up in. It's as if they did no training whatsoever." And I mean, you're talking about, major hikes up a mountain. So I think you make a great point. A lot of times people will bring up, "Hey, I think I want to do a triathlon. I've never done one before. I'm a little scared." I'm like, "Well, do a sprint, pretty easy. Most of the swims are in a pool. And then you've got like a 10-mile bike ride and like a 5K run. You can train for that in about 3 months, So it's one of the things I like about having runs and different races throughout the year because it gives people something to reverse engineer. Somebody who's going to do a half marathon, they're going to probably train for 6 months minimum. So you bring up a really good point. If you're coming off of the couch from the sidelines and you've got something that you want to do, whether it's a 5K turkey trot, you don't start training that week, that month. It really needs to be reverse engineered out. And so that's one of the benefits of just, staying physically fit all year round is that you kind of have this base that you can build off of. And it just puts you that much further down the starting road to, being able to train for something bigger. But I think a lot of people, they just, they underappreciate what it's going to take to do some of these endeavors. And then they get out there on the actual day of the event and they realize how ill prepared they really are. So, the key is really movement. If you're getting a lot of movement every day, it really touches a lot of things in terms of how it affects our health in a positive way.
Only One Body is the name of the book. Its author, Dr. Matt Fontaine, joins us this morning on Road Gang Radio. So thrilled to have him. And the idea that, all of this stuff too. And here's the interesting thing, because I think it sets up one of the things that's so important to you. this kind of minimal exercise at the beginning that slowly ramps its way up also refamiliarizes yourself with your body, because a lot of the stuff you're talking about puts you in better position, which brings you back to one of your biggest points is if in fact you're actually moving everything that you've got, even if it's only at a minor level, you're beginning to figure out whether or not the machinery works. So when you go to talk to your doctor, you become a collaborative partner with them, not telling them what to do, but that you understand your own aches and pains and your physical problems and what you're good at, and then you can go in there and say, here's what hurts simply by walking. Here's what hurts simply by getting up out of bed every morning. The idea is to familiarize yourself with your body, because then you can actually be an active participant in your medical care, correct?
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. One of the things that is a challenge for physicians is that a lot of people are exactly the opposite. They're very disconnected from their body. And so they come in, they have these vague symptoms. They're not able to describe it well. What makes it better? What makes it worse? What activities cause the pain? The more information they're able to give you, athletes, generally speaking, are very good at knowing their body. So they're a little bit easier to work with in terms of getting a diagnosis. The hard part with athletes is getting them to slow down long enough to recover. But as far as being able to report, what's going on in their body, they're usually very, very good at that. The average person out there could use some improvement in that regard. So, yeah, to your point, if you're constantly out moving, you're going to, in my opinion, be a lot more connected to your body. You're going to know your body better. One of the questions I ask patients when they come in is, what do you think's going on? And I've had patients kind of look at me like, well, that's why I'm here. Why would you ask me that? And I'm like, you're walking around in your body 24 hours a day. If you're paying attention, your body will kind of let you know what's going on. You don't have to diagnose the why or specifically what's going on, but at least be able to relay the symptoms, when they occur. Is there a pattern? That information is very useful at being able to run diagnostics and do the kind of things that are going to lead to more precise diagnosis. That's really the biggest thing. The more precision we have when it comes to diagnosing a patient's problem, the better course of action we could put together.
One of the big things, another buzz thing, is inflammation, the idea that we connect inflammation to pain and then managing. Here's a question. It's a genuine question. I'm not asking a question I know the answer to. Is the management of pain actually the management of inflammation?
It is. Pain is kind of one of those things that it's very complex. Pain is a primary perceptual experience, which means you and me and whoever, we're the only people that can experience the pain we're having. Our doctors can't experience it. Nobody else can. Generally speaking, when there's pain, there's been some kind of tissue insult. The challenge is that what happens in the body is the central nervous system can become sensitized to chronic pain. So a lot of times we have pain that outlasts an injury. Sometimes, and actually oftentimes, that's due to a peripheral nerve entrapment. You may have some kind of an injury in your hip, and even if it gets rehabilitated, a lot of times the peripheral nerves are left untreated because they haven't been diagnosed as being a problem. So peripheral nerve entrapment, if you think about spaghetti noodles trapped between pieces of Velcro, that's kind of how the nerves in our body travel out into the extremities, so your arms and legs, even into your neck, lower back, and middle back, shoulders. Those nerves can become entrapped. And so when you have a nerve entrapment, there's treatments that help to release those nerve entrapments, one being active release treatments, very effective at treating nerve entrapments. So when it comes to pain, pain is very, very complex. It's the reason we have a whole pain management field. I think, unfortunately, in pain management, a lot of times they have failed to make an accurate diagnosis, meaning they may have identified a pain generator, so some anatomic structure in the body that's actually contributing to the pain. Usually they've missed the second, third, and fourth pain generator, meaning there's other anatomical areas that need to be addressed, to include these peripheral nerve entrapments that I'm talking about. So by and large, though, if we can decrease inflammation in the body, pain levels are going to decrease. Inflammation is going to increase sensitivity of our nervous system. It's going to wind our nervous system up to be more sympathetic. Cortisol levels go up, and it's kind of a vicious cycle. So from a general standpoint, if we can manage inflammation, we should see the ability to manage pain in the same light. That's not always the case when it comes to nerve pain, especially nerve pain that's originating in the spine. It's a little bit more complex than that. But even still, we use things like epidural steroids and cortisone shots in the spine to do exactly that, to decrease the inflammation. If we're successful at decreasing inflammation around the nerve, a lot of times we're able to get a decrease in that nerve pain. So pain is very complex. It's a difficult thing to manage. But as a high level 30,000 foot view, you're exactly right. It's tied to inflammation, and the more we can decrease inflammation, the better off we're going to be.
Yeah, what is it? We've got to manage our pain, because managing our pain allows us to sleep, and allowing us to sleep is what allows us to recover, and it goes on and on. The one of the things about the book is that it understands that it is. It's funny because I don't know if you know this. I'm not sure if Claire told you when we booked you. We do this segment on the same day as we do Maintenance Matters with the head of Travel Centers of America's maintenance director, and he talks about that when a truck is working properly, it has a natural harmonic. And one of the things I realized in kind of going through your work is that you really are seeking that as well too. You're looking to create a body that is a natural harmonic, that has a hum rather than a series of creaks and aches. And swelling all over the place. Dr. Fontaine, what are you doing next? Where are your adventures taking you? You got any events coming up? Any runs coming up? Any competitions?
Let's see. I don't have any immediate races inbound. I've got a lot of patients that are training for Ironman events this summer. Just hoping to get some good skiing in this winter, and we'll see what else coming up.
You and my brother, by the way, the only people I know, people who stay in shape, are like, well, I'm going to get some skiing in. By the way, that's gonna do you. Isn't it funny too, though, that the more we work out, we begin to consider things that would usually have people not be able to get off the couch for a week after doing it. We just kind of consider second nature. Like, I'm just going on a 15-mile hike this weekend. I'm just hitting the slopes, and we don't think about that. But that's the level that you end up pushing yourself towards. The more of this stuff, the more you move, the more you move. Fair?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the benefits. I mean, patients, when I talk with them, they're like, hey, so, they'll see the photos we have in the office and, pictures from Ironman and things. And they're like, hey, what are you training for? Usually I'll just go right back and ask them what they're training for. But I haven't had a lot of events in the last couple of years as far as triathlons or, big events. It's more just exactly that, being able to say, hey, we're going to go up and skin up the Cog Railway this weekend and ski down. It's the 4,000 foot vertical climb. Those kinds of things I think are really the benefit. So you're able to kind of get up and go. And even that being said, skiing is one of those things where you really can't get in shape for skiing except for to ski. You can do all the training in the world. Rucking is a perfect example. It's really good for foot strength. It helps you to just be able to deal with load on your back. Lunges are great as well. But once you get on the mountain usually wins, So the best way to get in shape for skiing is just time on the mountain. But having that base certainly allows you those first few days on the mountain to get, a half a day of skiing in where it doesn't debilitate you, and then you have to take a week to recover. For people who are going to take one ski trip a year, you don't want to lose time because you got injured the first day on the mountain. So, but yeah, other than that, just kind of working on, clinic and just taking care of patients, and hopefully some things will pop up in the next 6 to 12 months as far as events go. A lot of times what happens is patients will come in and they'll tell you about a cool event they're doing. And then you have to wait a year because usually that event has been sold out. You can't get in. A lot of the races and events, they will sell out 6 months ahead of time.
So start planning.
So you really got to kind of plan things out in advance.
Dr. Matt Fontaine. He's got a terrific Instagram profile, by the way, guys. I suggest you head over there. Only One Body is the name of the book. It's available on Amazon. Hashtag Built for Life. Thrilled to have you. You're welcome back anytime. So much we left on the table, but I feel like we got a lot kind of accomplished today as well, too, guys. Learn your body. That way you can actually explain your manual to the doctors who are trying to help you. Thank you, Dr. Fontaine. Appreciate you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you guys having me.
All right. We're going to come back on the other side with a little bit of Lindsay. See how she's doing, how Belize is treating her. We'll be right back.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Tuesday.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
I got to tell you, man, Tree-mageddon, Snow-mageddon, Armageddon. Some people have managed to escape the end of the world as we know it, and they feel just fine, but they want to get back home, not trying to get back to Texas, trying to get back to Franklin. Lindsay Lawler joins us from the great future state of Belize. It's all going to be states of mind at some point. Good morning to you, Lindsay. How you doing in there? Woo!
Believe it or not, I'm not coming home. Good morning, everybody. Live from Belize, not Texas, not Tennessee, but Belize. It's been a real shit show, not going to lie. But it's a good one. It's a good place to be, quote-unquote, stuck.
When are you actually getting back on a plane and getting back to us over here in the good old USA? Are you ever coming home? I mean, please send for us. Dre and I have no problem being sent for along with the equipment. Send for us. Send for us. When do you get back?
The plan right now is I head over to take a little puddle jumper at 1 o'clock today. I'll be on a puddle jumper from very windy San Pedro and Vergee Key today. I'll take that over to Belize City, and I'm supposed to take off from Belize City at 4, head on over to Miami, then head back and land sometime around 11:30 p.m. back in Nashville. I have found somebody to come pick me up because most people can't drive in Nashville right now. So I have found some poor soul to come get me and take me back to my family, who, by the way, my husband and child both have the flu, without power, trees down. So I'm going back. I'm going from paradise to hell. And I guess the story is #balance of life, perhaps.
Man, good God Almighty, you are knee deep in the middle of it. I mean, I almost want to tell you to come to New Orleans and just wait it out. I mean, it's just like, we're cold here, but we're not. Yeah. What's happening over in Nashville, though, we were talking about it today with Kevin Lindsay, exploding trees. Trees. I mean, it's just like, what in the name of sweet mother of pearl is going on over there? And you got some damage to your house, did you not?
We did, and it's interesting because we live in what we call the holler out in the woods, and I have a terrible story that I'm going to tell you, because it actually is a reminder that I needed. So we, you've been to my house, Jim. There's trees. We live in the trees. There's trees everywhere, and that's beautiful until it's not. So when the trees are all falling, they're knocking power lines down. A tree knocked our meter box off. So even if we did get power, we have to wait to get our meter box put back up, a new meter box, and permits pulled and that whole thing before power comes on. Now that being said, but a terrible story from our neighbor. Their dog died a couple months ago, so they've been waiting. They finally got this new puppy last week, guys. The sweetest puppy. They have 2 kids. The kids helped pick it out. They finally named the sweet puppy Juniper. And yesterday morning, they went to let the puppy out to go pee in the snow, and she ran down the yard a little bit. And the dad couldn't get to her, and a tree snapped and fell on the puppy and killed the puppy in front of the children. It's awful. It is heartbreaking. But now I tell you that story because it's a reminder, because I have people also posting on our neighborhood Facebook page. This one woman who normally she allows people, she's got a big property and allows people to kids to come and ride their bikes there and run around and play. And she had to go on and put up a no trespassing sign because she said, guys, do not flood on my property. Trees are snapping left and right, and they will continue to do so in these negative and single-digit temperatures, below freezing temperatures. And a tree could snap anywhere and fall on you. And, it sounds silly, but for a small child or a pet or something that doesn't know how to get out of the way, it's very scary. So if you're in one of these places, just stay away from trees. It's very, very treacherous.
Oh, I mean, because Dave was talking about it yesterday, and just hearing that story, I mean, my heart just broke in like 3 pieces for those people.
Right.
But it's like it's so important to remember that sometimes the beauty of what is going on for little kids and for animals wanting to have a good time and all that stuff. It's like, man, it's like this is when being a parent is like the biggest nightmare of all time, because this is one of those places where people get hurt, and you're like, wait, how did they get hurt? A tree exploded? A branch fell off because of a cold snap? And that's just, oh my good God almighty. Okay, so I know we're going to be talking country and Western music news at the end of the show today, but I have to ask, and I'm sure you'll give us more of a report. Let's get back to those warmer climates. How's the trip been? I mean, I know it's been kind of tense having a look at what's going on over here, but how has the trip been in Belize?
It's been a really magical trip, and it was really sweet. I had my final night with the group I'm with last night. We went to dinner, and I felt like it was my funeral dinner leaving the island. But it was really cool getting to catch up because 2 of the people that I'm with on this trip right now I'd never even met before. My new friends Kip and Lindsay, and also with our friends Jamie and his wife Amber, and then Dawn. So these are my Texas crew. And last night we were having dinner, just sort of like going back, talking about the week, and one of the guys with us had had everyone go around the table and say, what are your top 3 moments from the trip? And it was really cool because everybody had different 3 moments that were their favorites from the trip. And let me tell you, we've snorkeled with sharks and stingrays and turtles, and we've fed the tarpons, and we've gone out on boats, and we've heard music out at the festival, and gone on walks and collect seashells. And I mean, it's been so magical and wonderful, and great conversations, and I've read a lot and gotten to write. And one of my top moments, honestly, Jim, was just the idea that I could have quiet mornings every morning, with both having a child and a husband and a radio show in the morning. That's not a normal part of my life. So to be able to get up early while the house is still quiet and go outside and stare at the ocean and read and write has been one of the biggest gifts I've had in a very long time. Now, that being said, on the flip to the tail end of this, it is, everyone's saying, my husband's been so wonderful and said, please just enjoy yourself. If there's one thing you do for me, we're stuck back here in hell, so you just enjoy yourself. But that's hard when your family's back home and my child's sick and they don't have power. I've been really trying to relax. But I'm going to be honest, it's been a real lesson in releasing control and really leaning into that flow over force that I talk about all the time, and have to take a little bit of my own advice here, because Jim, it's really made me think about it. And as I get back and the week goes on, I want to dive into this conversation more and take some people's calls on it. But even my friend Amber last night was saying, it takes me several days just to release that control and enjoy yourself and have a good time. But it's a real hard thing we have to practice, I think, especially Americans in the hustle of everyday life, to really let ourselves enjoy ourselves. It shouldn't be that hard, and we make it so freaking hard. But it's been a real lesson for me this week.
One of the things I think that we can often do, I think about this all the time, and it happened during Katrina many years ago for me, is sometimes getting stuck is the best opportunity to get unstuck. That sometimes when you're trapped, when you're kind of in a place where there's nothing you can do but be present in that place because, weather conditions or road conditions or something prevents you from leaving a place, is to look at it as a fortunate moment where it's like, well, if I got to be stuck, Belize is the place to be stuck. You know what I'm saying? Well, if I've got to be stranded here in this world, maybe I should take full advantage of what this world has to offer. And that the process of being physically limited to where you can and can't go might give you an opportunity to go inside yourself and kind of, and kind of release that. I'll tell you something else that's happened today here. I don't know, did you hear? I know I didn't expect you to listen to the show, but yesterday, because of the weather conditions, I had to produce the show. And it was quite an interesting experience to kind of be Dave's producer and his co-host at the same time. This morning, I kid you not, I overslept. And I'm telling you, I walked in the door the moment Dre lit up the show. Just literally sat down and kind of did the show. It has been the most liberating experience this morning because Dre and I looked up and suddenly I'm talking to you. I'm not kidding, Lindsay. I mean, it's just like literally I sat down and I feel like I blinked my eye, had a cup of coffee, had a couple of glasses of water, and then boom, you're here and we're talking, and Road Gang Radio's, having a life has already started. And sometimes, the accidents, the jam-ups allow us a perspective on what it is we're doing that allows us to kind of experience something once again for the first time. So I'm hoping for you that not only are you help get yourself unstuck if you were, but that you come back with a bit of that unstuck to bring to a world and maybe free up some possibilities once you get on the ground. Although I wish you had power to do it, straight up.
Well, we might have it back today. I'm crossing my fingers that I'll come home to it, because I know all the trucks. I keep getting the videos of the cavalry of trucks coming up and down our streets, and I was lucky to find a great electrician. That's the thing too, Jim. I think you really find the balance in your partner too, and who does what well. So Seamus had to Sunday. He had to put, because there were trees came down and were blocking our driveway. So Seamus, my husband, had to put my daughter Freya and our dog Mimi in suitcases on a sled and pull them all the way up the hill to a main road, and so that somebody could come get them and get them out to another area. Now, I wouldn't have been able to do that. If Seamus was traveling, I wouldn't have even probably had the wherewithal to think about that. So he's good. He's over there handling trees and handling house stuff, that kind of thing. I was over here, graded in Belize, yes, I'll say, but I was on the phone. I'm like, here's what I do well is I quickly, I know who to call, or I can find out who to call quick. And I got the electrician and the adjuster and the tree people and the roof people, all these people that we have to have come to the house. I handled all that in a matter of minutes, whereas Seamus would have sat kind of debilitated thinking about how to do that. But how he goes to action is the physical, kind of the labor side of things. So it's been real. And he's also taking great care of our child and another family friend of ours. Because, by the way, the other thing, my parents who live there, their entire house is packed up because they were supposed to be moving this week. That's not happening now. So there's nowhere for us to stay at their house. So we found a friend that took us in, and then my child got the flu at their house, and now my child has given their child the flu. But they're like, it's okay, we're hunkered down in it together. But it's really cool how community comes together, our family comes together, friends come together, and you just do it. Everyone jumps in, and I think that's kind of back to your point of what do I do well, what do you do well? It's just you naturally go into your talents, and I'm sure you have different perspectives seeing what Dre does every day, or at least a little window into it, since you had to step up and do that yesterday. And I will come back with such an appreciation for the things that I'm able to do every day, and for my husband and for my daughter. And these breaks are, I'm reminded, really important. I have not done a solo trip, extended like vacation trip since before my daughter was born, so in at least 8 years. So it's been very eye-opening, and yes, I will come home with a very fresh perspective and hopefully be less of a jerk. We'll see. To be continued if that happens or not.
Well, the other
you
thing,
call me on it if not.
the other thing about it is you talk about the idea of you make that discovery, and this is something I hope everybody's listening to. If you get something that's happened to Lindsay happens to you, I don't mean like I don't mean that your house gets wrecked by exploding trees. What I'm talking about though is that I said you haven't taken a solo trip in a while, and last year when I got a chance to go a couple of places across the Atlantic, I just remember walking into a park by myself and not having a hard schedule around me, like not being limited by schedule at all, knowing that it wasn't until like 5 o'clock I had to meet anybody. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and to take a moment to do two things: to be absolutely present in the moment, but to also say I need to do this more often, and to begin to make plans, even if it's at the end of the year. I mean, I'm telling you, I know people who have got back from trips that have changed their lives and have booked the flight at a cheaper price because they're getting ahead of themselves within 2 to 3 weeks of getting home. Have booked the flight for the same time next year. And they have discovered in doing that it then powers everything else because they know there's a destination. And that's such an important thing. And it's a great reminder that when you discover something that recharges you, revitalizes you, and gives you a different perspective, to immediately, not while you're doing it, to check in once and say, I want to do this again, and then go back to the business of enjoying the hell out of yourself or finding yourself. But then the moment you get back, take a moment, take some inventory, take some stock, and say, I need to do that again. How soon should I plan on doing that? And then go about the business of making those plans. It's almost like people who get their Christmas shopping out of the way like in the middle of the year and then are just filling in details and gaps at the end. It just relieves one more burden. It's one less thing you have to think about, but it also is reminding you that you, in fact, have made plans to relieve your burden. And that's really a groovy thing. That's really groovy.
And it's doable. Jen, that there's people listening, they're like, well, that's great. I can't take a vacation. And it doesn't even have to be, this was a true gift that was given to me. I was invited on this to be a part, kind of see what's going on with the music festival. And it was a real gift. So I think abundance comes in a lot of forms: money, joy, time, and gifts. And if you're really kind of looking for that, even if it's a day that you take for yourself, you have a day off. Everyone out there has a day off sometime. And I don't mean the full day, like, a couple hours in the day. Sometimes you can prioritize, because there's a lot of people who say, well, I don't have time to do that. I'm like, really? How long did you scroll on your phone today? Like, how long did you watch a show today?
Facts.
Did you watch the news today? You could have taken that time to just, I don't know, do a little soul searching. It is possible to prioritize yourself and even just sit there for a few minutes and be like, what do I want? Jim, I actually was talking to one of the couples here. They had both gone through really bad divorces. Now they found each other. They're getting married in April. They're an amazing, I've just met them, but they're like, you can tell, they're an amazing match. But I sat down with her over coffee yesterday morning and I said, tell me about, after your kind of why you got divorced. I poked and prodded, as I do, and what happened after it. And she said, Lindsay, I didn't know who I was. She said, once I got out of my divorce, and it was a terrible marriage she was in, she said, once I got out of it, I realized I didn't even know what my favorite color is. I didn't even know where I'd want to go if I could go on a trip, or what I'd want to do or be. And she said, so for the first time in my life at 45 years old, I was like, who am I? What do I want to be? What do I want to do? And it got me thinking that how much we just, whether we're at a job or we're in a relationship or whatever it is, where we go about and we just do the next thing kind of blindly, and what that person says, or where they want to go eat, or what the job tells you to do or be. And how often do we just stop and be like, what do I want? And I think if you just sit and think about that for a few minutes, even quietly in your truck driving, use that time to contemplate, what do I want? Who do I want to be? What lights me up? And I think the real key is just following things that light you up, following your joy, following that path. And I just think, it's important to maybe it's even every few years that you do a restock and kind of recalibrate yourself and say, who am I? Because we all change a lot, as you know. So anyway, that's been a big lesson for me.
The guest, there's always a moment, when we have certain guests on the show, that the guest will say something, and all three of us will be on the Google Meets chatting away, and the guest will say something profound or interesting, and all three of us get the knowing nod. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, that, oh, yeah. So Dre and I had one this morning, and so Dr. Fontaine was on, and he was talking about, going to the doctor and talking to the doctor about what ails you. And he had a line that had Dre and I just doing the nod, which was, he said, most people are not good historians of their bodies. And it was really profound. I mean, and Dre just nodded again. And that's just, most people are not good historians. And it's just a great reminder that, and I brought you up. I said that, my on-air partner would kill me if I didn't ask you the question of, should we write journals about, our manual? Should we create a user's manual for ourselves when we go see the doctor? And I also think that it brings up the other type of manual. What is our joy manual? And I think a lot of people don't take inventory of this, because yesterday, I don't know if you know this, Chowder had a bit of a tragedy in his family. Something really heartbreaking occurred with a child. And he was very, very grateful and thankful both yesterday and today about that. I would really encourage people, I don't worry about you for this, but everybody else out there, when you do end up stuck in Belize and have an opportunity to get unstuck, when you do end up in the park dedicated to Hans Christian Andersen in Copenhagen, when you do get a chance to take 34 hours and go see the Grand Canyon, as the movie says, you got to get yourself to the Grand Canyon, is that you take a moment to write down the things that bring you joy in your life. And I don't just mean like a bit of ice cream, although that could count too. I'm talking about places where you go that you feel uniquely yourself, and to take inventory of it and to look at it and say, what is the commonality here? What can I export from this moment and import into my daily life that allows me to continue to kind of find that joy on a regular basis, understanding that joy is a fleeting thing and isn't a permanent state. But it really does kind of remind us that we have to do an inventory of the places that we are, that we want to come back to, and what they have in common with the other places we've been that we want to go back to. It's just like I said, the idea is that if we look at life as building towards destinations, let's just make sure we book the tickets to get there, because one day I'm going to do this is very different than one day I'm going to do this, and that day is January 17th of 2027. I'm going. I've got the plans in place. We're moving in that direction. Like I said, you got me to thinking about that, the idea that we need to be better historians of the parts of our life that bring us to places where we have either profound insight or absolutely are able to let go of our stresses and tensions. Man, this got deep today. This whole show got deep.
Yay!
Yay!
She's back.
Yeah.
She's back, and she's making everybody think about things and their joy. Damn her! Damn her for wanting us all to be happy.
So puddle jumper, then to the plane, then to Miami to Franklin, and you got to pick up all arranged, all of that stuff taken care of. Here's the other thing too that always happens to me on vacation. There's always something, having been reinvigorated, that I can't wait to get back to, that kind of really engenders me. Is there anything specific when you get back here that that you really want to focus on, really kind of dive in deep to, that's been kind of either bothering at you or gotten you all excited?
Music. I realized, Jim, that I had sort of, maybe consciously, maybe subconsciously, I don't know, maybe unconsciously, sort of decided music was now on the back burner, and I was past that, maybe because of age, maybe because of focus, maybe because of what's working, what's not. And this trip has really made me realize I have so much music. You and I have been talking about a project we want to work on, so I've been diving back into old music. I have so much music that's never been released, and so many songs in the book that need to be written, and so many ideas. And I was really struck with the idea of, I mean, I talk about all the time that you can be writing songs or writing period till the day you die. But I thought it was over for me, but I just hadn't been focusing on it. And I had a real shift in that this week. I have a song called Lone Star, which all the people here from Texas have loved, and they're already calling their radio stations back home to try to get it played. And we've shot a little music video for it because there's a bar here called Lone Star on the island that's a Texas-themed bar in Belize. So we shot some video for, I saw Lone Star at it yesterday. And it was funny, every bar we went, the guy that I'm traveling with, one of the guys I'm traveling with, he brings a speaker everywhere he goes, and he's just playing country music everywhere we go, including mine. And, you know, people got so excited and like, oh, you're a singer? Oh, my God, that's your song? And I think I forget how cool that is that I am able to do that, and people are interested in that. And I don't talk about the music side enough, but not everyone can do that. And so it got me real lit up again to for no other reason, just release music, post my music more online, sing more online, stream more online, and just do it because it makes me happy, not because I care about the outcome. I think I used to be caring about the outcome, and that's why, as you say, the why bother set in, and I kind of stopped doing it because it's hard to make a splash in music. But I was reminded how much I love writing songs and how good I am at it, quite frankly, and it's a real gift that I get from God, and I'm not using it enough. So I'm coming home, figuring out, come February 17th, when the year of the horse starts, Jim, I am galloping forward, really focusing on music, and balancing it with radio and what we do, because it all goes together and one supports the other. But I really need to lean into the music more, because there's a part of inside of me that died when I wasn't doing that. So
Yeah.
It was lit up again on this trip.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, this is an insight that I had a couple of years back, and this may help as well, too. It sounds like you already found it because you found it there, is I realized a long time ago that fortune and glory, I love them, please give them to me, but they're not as important to me as fun people to play with. And I mean that in regards to being a kid. I mean that in regards to being in a performance atmosphere. What you really want to do in life is you want to find people that you can actually do the thing that brings you joy, who it also brings them joy, and those people bring you joy as well. Find the right people to play with, find your tribe, and a lot of that stuff will take care of itself. It's like, here's the thing, is that, the old joke about, you put enough monkeys in a room and they will eventually type the works of William Shakespeare. You put enough talented people in a room and you keep doing the same thing every day over and over again, you might find that eventually they produce the thing that changes all of their lives. And sometimes that thing is the other people. Lindsay, we got to take a break here. I know you got a lot of stuff you got to get to and go to. We're going to get you back on for country and western music news. You be safe, you be good, you be well. I can't say goodbye because it is simply taking a breath before you come back again and join us. And then tomorrow when we kick the sucker into high gear. I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
There is nothing I can do with it. I will be back in 1 hour with your country and western music news live here from Belize, San Pedro, Ambergiki. Love you guys. Thanks for holding the fort down back there. I hope to be home tonight and with you full time tomorrow morning. Talk to you in just a bit.
Thank you, Lindsay. Love you. By the way, this thing has flown by, sweet mother of pearl. Dre, before we get our next guest on the phone, I know you're going to be giving them a call. Thank you, Lindsay. Love you. I'm going to ask you to give Jane Jezraoui a really quick call. We're going to drop her into the show before we bring on the guest. Can we do that? Yeah, right now. Can we do that? Sorry about that, Dre. We're going to get Jane Jezraoui on. I want to give her a quick chance to talk about best fleets to drive for. Just got named. If we can't get her on, that's fine. She reached out to me by text just about an hour ago. As you probably can guess, I've been knee-deep in it. We'll then have our next guest on almost immediately. A lot of stuff happening around here, a lot of moving places and pieces and parts. Moving places. Lindsay, in and of herself, is a moving place. That is not a fat joke. We'll be back on the other side of this Road Gang Radio with Dre rolling with the punches and calling, well, Peyton Manning like audibles over there on the ones and the twos. We'll be right back. Go to truckdown.com.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
The craziest of mornings. I mean, we've had so many guests and so many phone calls and so many people in and out of the situation. I just want to take a moment here to remind everybody that one of our favorite partners in the world, Carrier's Edge, who are a leading provider of online training for the trucking industry, which has been very much on Dave and my mind these days, announced their 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For, recognizing for-hire trucking companies across North America for their outstanding workplace experiences for company drivers and independent contractors. Of course, the lady at the center of that all, Jane Jazrawi, joins us to talk about this really briefly, but I wanted to we got lots to talk about over the course of the next couple of weeks, but you've got a whole bunch of new entrances, and you got a Hall of Famer as well, too. Congratulations, Jane. It's a big undertaking to pull this whole thing together, and we're now at the finish line. Good morning to you, and welcome back.
Hi, good morning to you, and it's not congratulations to me, it's congratulations to all the best fleets out there for this year. So yes, it's like I don't know. I feel like I don't have anything to do now.
By the way, it's a good thing. You know, Lindsay talks about you're in the hammock of done and next. There's two poles.
Yes.
What is done and what is next, and you now get a moment in the hammock. And I'm so glad you decided to spend those few moments with us before you have to get right back at it. I just want to, like I said, we've got more to talk about, but I wanted to use this time to maybe give a shout out to one or two of the new people who have shown up in Best Fleets, but also the Hall of Fame. You got a Hall of Fame member now.
Yes, we have the Hall of Fame we have a new member of the Hall of Fame, Challenger Motor Freight, who is no stranger to us. Obviously, if you get into the Hall of Fame, you've been around for a while, but they're a great fleet. They've had great programs that have been really pushing the industry forward. So it's nice to see that they're there. We also have some new faces in the top 20. So Williams Dedicated, S&H Express, Peninsula Truck Lines, and Joseph Haulage. I think that's a lot of new faces.
It's a lot of new faces.
It's kind of exciting.
Well, it's also, like I said, once again, congratulations, because if you have new faces, what it means is you have people who have been kind of tracking what you guys are up to, trying to get themselves into that list, but also kind of doing exactly what you hope happens, looking at the models of people who actually have succeeded for a long time and applying a lot of that. I mean, basically what it comes down to is Best Fleets to Drive For is also best practices to share and emulate. That's a pretty fair assessment, correct?
Exactly. And we do a lot of that when we do our award presentation on March 16th and 17th. And Dave will be there with us, and we will be talking about what these fleets do and what you can do. So, come to Best Fleets to Drive For and come to the conference. I did want to shout out one of the fleets on the top 20, Peninsula Truck Lines. And the reason for this is the gentleman who's responsible for it has taken 4 different companies onto the Best Fleets.
Wow.
He has got the record. Yeah.
Wow. So he's almost like one of those football coaches that goes everywhere and they say it's year 2 and they're going to start winning right now. There's always that guy that takes over football teams and basically by the time he gets to his second year is their breakthrough year, and then the third year they win the championship. That is one hell of a record. That is something to be.
Mr. Scott Mancy, he has been a proponent of the program since, I don't know, for years and years and years. And he, they did not make it they don't make it their first time necessarily, but you keep at it and, you can, I know that the other fleets that have made it onto the top 20 for the first time this year, they're no strangers to the program. They went in there, they went through the process, became a fleet to watch, and and then made the list.
The thing that's
really, how it's done.
But let me talk about Scott just for a moment here. Just for a moment is that we talk about this all the time, culture, and our deep infuriation that people throw that word around with no understanding of what it actually means. But it sounds like Scott has a real grasp on what it takes to create a trucking culture. Correct?
Oh my gosh, yes. He's a big proponent of the right thing to do. He's, I can't even explain it because he kind of approaches everything with a sense of fairness and how things are going to work for drivers and how to treat them fairly. And so, I've known him for a really, really long time. And I can also tell you that the quieter that he's talking, the more intense he is.
This is so.
Sometimes you're like, what?
This is so funny, by the way, because our next guest, Jane, I kid you not. So what we're doing is we've got you crammed in between our next guest, Dr. Laura Hambly, Lovett. No, it's great. Listen, this is so perfect. She's a workplace thought leader, by the way, and she's written a book called "I Wish I'd Quit Sooner," and we're going to be talking about toxic bosses today. I could not have asked for a more perfect kind of drop in here. This is absolutely perfect. I can't tell you how beautiful this kind of works out. I want to let you get back to a wonderful day. I'm so appreciative that you found time to drop in with us. It's been kind of hectic around here, as you probably can guess. Lindsay is stuck in Belize. I had to produce the show yesterday because Dre was stuck over in Ocean Springs, and Madison was all the way across town because of the inclement weather. So I came in and produced Nemo Nation for Dave and I while doing the show simultaneously. So thank you for your patience. I normally would have been more responsive earlier this morning. I really appreciate you. Congratulations again, guys. Go to carriersedge.com. And by the way, Best Fleets to Drive For is one of our favorite things of the year, and I'm so glad that you could find some time for us, Jane. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
All right, Bo. Talk to you soon. By the way, Jane, of course, is a regular on Education Station and the co-host of The Future Was Yesterday. Go to drlaura.live, by the way. And Dr. Laura, I can't tell you, Dr. Laura Hambly, love it. I cannot tell you how perfect both her timing was and your timing is, because we were talking about one of the best bosses in transportation. We are talking about something incredibly different, because work is bad enough for most people. Unbearable is when you have a toxic boss that sits in the center of it, and that in many ways is at the center of your book, I Wish I'd Quit Sooner. Welcome to Road Gang Radio. How are you?
Thank you for having me. I'm well.
Like I said, we just were talking about, I don't know how much of that you caught, but, Jane was explaining that there's a guy, they have a best fleets program where they look at the 20 best fleets to drive for from a driver experience in North America. There are a lot of return people. But there is a guy that's doing Peninsula Freight, who it is the fourth company that he has moved on to, and all of them have ended up, for each company he's gone to for best fleets. He is, Scott is considered one of the best bosses in the business, and it comes down to culture. And in many ways, you are an expert in helping people spot a culture when it's gone toxic and wrong. The difference between being unsatisfied at work and being deeply unhappy at work is at the center of a lot of what you write about, correct?
Exactly. And I'm an organizational psychologist. So for 25 years, I've been really focused on how you build great cultures with awesome leaders. And then the last few years, I've been focused on the opposite of that, how we can identify and eradicate toxic bosses that are actually harming people in so many ways.
I wanted to ask you this because I want to set up a level of definition for folks out there because, the word culture gets tossed around. Jane, who was just on, and I love culture. I love the idea of how one builds community, communitas, and culture. The word gets tossed around a lot as a buzzword in corporate circles with no understanding of it. And I would love if you could give us a definition of both culture and what it means when it goes toxic.
Yeah, so I'll make it simple. So culture is what it's like to work there, and it's made up of a series of behaviors. It's how you're treated, how leaders act on a daily basis, how you feel. So it's the behaviors and feelings that make up the experience of culture. So culture is really an experience, and if you work for a great culture, you're likely to recommend it to your friends. Like the CEO example you gave, so fleet drivers, truck drivers would say, hey, I want to work for a company that's got leads because I know it's a great place to be. So it's a feeling.
Yeah, and we were talking about the football analogy too. There's always that feeling, that just happened at Michigan. They had some really awful stuff happen over there, and then Michigan went out and got a guy for their head coach who is considered one of the great good guys of college football. 20 years in the same place, players playing above their level, a certain level of kindness that isn't to be confused with weakness. He comes in there, and you can feel the breath of fresh air come in there. But the book itself focuses on how to spot it, how to tell the difference. And let's begin with the idea of developing as an employee, as a human being, a series of tools to be able to identify what it is that's going on. And once you identify it, the steps that you can take after that to either sometimes improve the situation, because sometimes there are people who just need to be talked to and approached, and sometimes there are people who it's time to go, it's time to pack up, and to be able to distinguish that. So take us through the process of beating down on the workplace, recognizing it's happening, and then what mitigating steps you can take to extricate yourself from it, and then, as many great athletes often have to do, how to recover from it.
So that's a really good question. So culture is created by the leaders within it. So if you think of a garden, right? So leaders are taking care of the garden. And if you have weeds in the garden and you don't tend to the weeds grow. And that's how I look at toxic cultures. They're made up of a series of really poor leaders, toxic bosses that are actually killing the garden. So I always like to differentiate between the fact that there's difficult bosses and they're tough to work with, they're challenging, they might not be great communicators, they're frustrating to work with. And they probably got promoted into people leadership because they were good at their job, but they didn't have the appropriate training and support. So they're just learning through trial and error. And you can learn to navigate these bosses. You can learn to work with them, and they won't derail your career. They won't harm your health. However, a toxic boss does all of that. Their behaviors are toxic to your physical health, your mental health, and they actually kill the cultures that they're in.
So it becomes a matter of distinguishing between those two, and I think, and I'm going to ask this by way of asking a question I think I know the answer to, which might be a mistake, which is one of the good ways to determine that is how open are they to communication, not to criticism, not to walk in there and tell them what's what, but to be able to sit down and say, look, I've got a couple of issues here, I'd like to work through them. Is that a good tell? The idea that, is that something that lets us know immediately there's a problem where normally a sane person, I'll put it that way, but that's not fair, but that you could say, hey, look, I got a couple of problems, let's talk about them. How receptive they are to communication. Is that a good place to begin to kind of test to see what's going on?
That's a great place, because a truly toxic boss does not want feedback, and they're not open to self-insight. They think everyone else is the problem, and they don't have any problems. So when you try to develop them, coach them, give them feedback, it's a very tough road. They're unlikely to change, and they should never be in people leadership roles to begin with. And there's 8 personas of them. So in my book, I Wish I'd Quit Sooner, I have the 8 personas and checklists for people to understand, what am I dealing with here? And then how to navigate, escape, and recover from it so you can be in a healthier workplace culture again.
The other thing that's really good, too, is that I would encourage people who are bosses, because sometimes, as the doctor is pointing out, we can correct. and that the book can help you recognize if, in fact, maybe as a boss, you might be drifting towards one of these things, that you're codifying and calcifying your way to one of these places. Let's go through a couple of these types, by the way, and we'll get to the worst of the worst in a second here. But can you kind of take us through examples of what they are and how to spot them?
Sure. So one of them is the dishonest manipulator. So they're constantly telling lies. They're working at getting themselves ahead. So taking credit for other people's work, throwing people under the bus, and you never know what to trust. So the trust gets totally destroyed and you feel like you're walking on eggshells. It's very, very unnerving to work for a dishonest manipulator.
Well, one of the other things, too, is I say, always kind of check yourself as well when you're either running stuff or when you're just ahead of the team, too, as well. It's important to check in with yourself and say, hey, you know what, that's my bad. People will be like, oh, my God, I can't believe I screwed that up. And they're like, you know what, dude? My producer, by the way, when he was training our newest producer, had a wonderful moment. She made a couple of mistakes on the job. The first thing out of his mouth was, I didn't set you up for success. It was the first thing out of his mouth, and I thought it was one of the most moving things. You could feel the tension leave the room when he said it. It was as if, because it told everybody what had happened. He took responsibility for it, and in doing so, I mean, that's exactly what, if you're hearing stuff like that, you're probably okay, because they're also telling you they're admitting it, right?
Yeah, a healthy dose of humility is what we need, and realizing that as a leader, people leadership is really hard. And you're always learning. You're going to be learning the rest of your life. Even if you're 75 years old and you're a leader, you're still learning. And if you think you're done, then, you're deluding yourself.
Yeah. So we talk about the idea of the constant manipulating liar. You also talk about gaslighters. And this is an important word because it's a word that people think means liar. It does not mean liar. It means something far more insidious and far more strategic, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's very, very manipulative, and it's making the person that works for you doubt their abilities, doubt their memory, doubt their sense of reality. So over time, you start to get questioned on things, and you knew you had details right, but your boss is saying, no, I told you not to do that. Why did you do that? But you were told, and you start to doubt your memory and your sense of what you were told, and it can erode your sense of confidence. It can really make you feel insecure. It's a terrible feeling to work for a gaslighter.
Well, the other thing is, too, and correct me if I'm wrong, what they also do is they tend to lay the groundwork before they even arrive to your lie, which means is that if they want you to think that you did something different, is that the moment so they give you an order, the order is the wrong order, the order goes sideways, there was nothing you could do. You executed it exactly as they said and things went wrong. They see it go wrong and they start telling people before they even get to you, I didn't tell them to do that, so that there is a wall of distrust before you even get a chance to defend yourself, that they've created a world around you that believes them before you even get a chance to say, wait a minute, I was told to do that, and that's the thing as well. There are strategies to defeat that. Get it in writing, correct?
Yeah, I say CYA, cover your butt. I'll say on radio, cover your butt. So always with a toxic boss and a gaslighter in particular, or even a dishonest manipulator, send a follow-up email saying, based on our conversation, these are the 3 things that I heard. I just want to make sure that they're correct. If I don't hear back, I'll assume they are. And then you get it in writing. Because these toxic bosses often don't reply to your emails, too. It's another strategy to leave you wondering, leave you faltering. So it's really tricky. Cover your butt is definitely a recommendation.
Yeah, and that's why you'll see a lot of people in email threads will simply just write the phrase, just want to let you know I got this email. I'm not responding. I'm just have a lot of stuff to deal with right now. And there are people who in healthy cultures will respond that way, or will send you a text saying, hey, I'm running around. I can't respond by email. I wanted to send you a text that the message was received. And it's to figure out ways to create a record about what is going on is a really, really, the idea that CYA, cover your ass. I can say it; it's okay. But you can do that. You can cover your tuchus and do it in a way that actually allows you to kind of keep building that record, keep telling the story about what happened in the workplace as it happens on your own terms to make sure that happens. I want to talk about just a few more. The egomaniac, by the way, and like I said, if you recognize yourself in this, guys, don't panic. We all have stuff that is in us. Sane people culturally tend to control these impulses and urges, but talk a little bit about the egomaniac.
Yeah, so the self-serving egomaniac, and I have to add that there's 8 personas, but oftentimes a toxic boss has several of them going on, and there's overlap between them.
An 8-skill player.
Exactly. An egomaniac, self-serving, is all about climbing the ladder at other people's expenses. And as a true leader, you need to be developing your people. You need to be growing your people. And a sign of success is when your person is ready to take on leadership. You've done a heck of a job. Whereas a self-serving egomaniac, it's all about themselves. And so, like the dishonest manipulator, they'll take credit. They'll climb over people. They're all about managing up to the higher-ups. They don't care much about their people, only if their people can help them climb higher up.
Well, and that's the other thing, too. One of the things, we do a segment on this show every week called Education Station, where we talk to the people that not only what the next generation of truck drivers is going to look like, but the people who actually go about the business of training them. And Jane, who is just on the show, we've talked about that a healthy work environment is space for mentorship and genuine mentorship. I always think about Working Girl with Sigourney Weaver and Melanie Griffith and Harrison Ford, that she presents herself as somebody who's a mentor when in fact she's an egomaniac and a corporate climber. This is something else too, is the idea that, one of the things you can recognize, do you have opportunities for advancement, and are the people above you invested in that, is a really kind of great tell for a healthy workplace. And when it's not there, you're not in a healthy workplace. Fair?
Totally fair. You nailed it.
So talk to me about what healthy mentorship looks like, because if you're not getting it, like I said, if you recognize that it's happening, you might just be struggling on the job. If you don't see people working, talk to me what it looks like.
It looks like having conversations about your career every so often. So not just the annual performance review. Okay, what are your goals for next year? All right, check, check, check. It's more about, where do you see your career going in the next few years here? And sitting down with your boss and having the conversation about what are your ambitions? What are your goals? And maybe it's not to grow into leadership, and that's okay. Not everyone needs to have that ambition. And in fact, certain people aren't suited to leading people, and that's fine. But having those conversations about how you can keep growing here, how are you doing, what will make you stay here in the next 5 years, versus waiting until the person leaves and having an exit conversation. It's too late then.
Well, and the other thing is, and like I said, one of the great things about books like this and conversations like this, they open up all kinds of possibilities for the good stuff as well, too, because if you make it clear to somebody who is your boss that you're less interested in advancement and simply interested in executing your job to the highest possible level, they may be able to put you in a role either with them or somebody else who's advancing. It happens every once in a while that people who are great assistants, people who are great facilitators, often get attached to people who, aren't doing the stuff right, and they end up like having to cover for them on a regular basis. But if you're with a good boss and you're somebody who's a facilitator and say, that's where I want to be. I want to be there helping people make things happen as opposed to being the one at the center of it. Then you can get paired with people who are often headed in the right direction as well and find yourself advancing in spite of yourself. And I mean that in a positive way, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's about collaborating. It's about supporting one another. And there's not enough workplaces like that these days. So I'm really hoping that my book raises awareness on the polar opposite of a great workplace so that we can focus on building more healthy cultures and better bosses.
One of the other things, too, is that you don't just focus on the extracting yourself from so we recognize the toxic environment. We distinguish it from a difficult or demanding environment. We recognize that we're in a toxic environment. We engage in strategies to protect ourselves within that toxic environment. There are two options, it seems to me, and I want you to kind of talk about this, one of which is the extraction of it. And we'll get to that in a second, but are there opportunities, given the fact that sometimes there's a boss above the bad boss who actually is a good boss? Are there Are there strategies for improving the workplace, although one should not take that entirely upon themselves? And then if the workplace can't be improved, what are the ways to get out of it?
Yeah, so oftentimes when people find themselves under a toxic boss, they feel they have two choices. One is to quit, yet they're financially dependent on the job, the economy sucks, they feel trapped, like they're in a cage. The other option is to stay and tough it out. And that option gradually becomes worse over time if it's a toxic boss. You'll get more and more sick, your mental health will go down, your work will suffer. All of it suffers because the toxic boss is like a romantic abusive relationship. It starts out with a honeymoon typically, and then it gets worse gradually over time. So there's actually 4 other options in I Wish I'd Quit Sooner that I talk about to give people empowerment and to realize you can get back into the driver's seat of your career. One of those options is filing a complaint with HR. And that really depends on a number of factors, including what you said. Your boss's boss is a key factor in that. And if they don't have the courage and curiosity and care to know what's going on with that person, that direct report of theirs, then chances are it's not going to go well for you. So in the book, I outline what are the risks, what are the pros and cons. There's a lot of great HR people out there. There's a lot of HR people that are trapped in toxic situations themselves. But I really want to educate people on the choice to file a claim. That's a choice that you need to think through carefully.
And the idea too, this is where we go back to the Hall of Mirrors that you put together here, which is cover your ass. Because if in fact you're filing a claim, you better make sure that your T's are crossed and your I's are dotted. You better make sure that you've really documented the events as far back as you possibly can. And does it hurt, by the way, to, once you realize what's happening and you've started to really truly document, it's okay to go back and either reconstruct a narrative in your own writing, but to also go back and just look to see any pieces of ephemera, email, any of that stuff that can be used as evidence. You need to start accumulating at that point, while at the same time still doing your job, so that you don't fall under the bad employee counter motion that'll come at you.
Exactly, because then it'll backfire, right? If you're taking all your time away from the actual work in order to be focusing on what to do about it, then you're shooting yourself in the foot. But I would document everything that happens to you. I'd document the date, what happened, if anyone else was there, what platform it was on, whether it was face-to-face, on a Teams, on a Zoom, and then how it made you feel. Okay, so it made my heart race. It made me feel like I was going to have a panic attack. It made me have a massive migraine. Whatever it is, I want you to document that all, because even if you don't use it for legal down the road or for HR, it's a way of understanding what's happening to you and establishing a pattern as you make your decisions moving forward. Do not do it on your work computer, though. Do it on a personal device or even a good old-fashioned journal.
By the way, we're going to run out of time here really quickly, and we'll get you back on because it's a conversation worth having. Because one of the things also, I've dealt with this in my own life, is the recovery from a toxic boss is often overlooked. You don't overlook that because often it prevents you from then when you get the next job, either one, getting the next job, or two, once you do, you're carrying, let's just call it trauma for the sake of argument, that you're dealing with the trauma of that environment that you were in. And recovery is important, right? Because you don't want to bring that into your next workplace, especially if it's a healthy one.
You know what? Trauma is very much the word I'd use for this. People are suffering trauma. I've worked with hundreds of them across North America. I've seen the destruction it does to their confidence, and I help them rebuild it because it's just so traumatic to have worked for a toxic boss. It stays with you for years if you don't get the proper treatment and recovery. And the book has a whole chapter on a recovery buffet.
Yeah, and can you give us just one? Like I said, it's like I said, these are the kind of books that you can come back to and revisit. It's actually a great book for what not to do. It's a great book for what to do. But can you give us just one little piece of recovery? Because it's funny, I don't know how this happens, Doctor, but it seems that all of our guests end up in the same sandbox over the course of a show. We've gone from truck maintenance on icy weather to treating your body and creating an owner's manual for it, and now we're kind of creating a manual for how to recover from a bad boss. Just give us one little piece of advice.
Okay, I mean, obviously, being a psychologist, I'm a huge advocate of therapy, but I'm going to give a simpler piece of advice than therapy. I'm going to say connect with people who care about you, friends, family, loved ones, and people who have been through toxic bosses. So maybe someone else who quit your toxic boss, reconnect with them. And you'll be amazed at how cathartic that can be to hear other people's stories, share your own, and start to release it and realize you're not alone and it was not your fault.
Dr. Laura, by the way, is also the co-founder of the With Her movement, focused on ending violence against women and girls. She received a Canadian Women of Inspiration Award as a global influencer in 2018. She's got 2 psychological thrillers, Losing Cadence and Finding Sophie. And by the way, you can find out all of that if you head on over to her website at drlaura.live. We enjoyed having you on so much. I can't tell you, Doctor, you are part of a show that for Dre and I has been racing by this morning. Thank you for making time for us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for shining a light on this issue.
Guys, Road Gang Radio continues. Like I said, great guest. Lindsay drops in. Jane drops in. What more could you ask for from a show? Oh my God, it's Deadwood, Gold, Guns, and Greed in the American West. Peter Cozzens joins us. He is the author of The Earth is Weeping. This book is terrific, by the way. It's a deep dive into the politics, the shenanigans, and the intricacies of one of America's most iconic towns.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We did, and we are from the Fastport Studios with your host, Jimmy Mack, on the final live hour of Road Gang Radio.
By the way, this new book, Deadwood by Peter Cozzens, something else. And by the way, it was a requested book. Claire's often talking with publicists and people got stuff that's cooking and happening and making the rounds. This is something that I ran into and got a chance. I got about halfway through it and basically told Claire, I said, can we please try to get this human being on the show? Really quality stuff. And by the way, we have a number of our friends out there who actually go to Deadwood Days as they drive across the country. A lot of them have fallen deeply in love with this area of the country and make a point of being a part of it. I look at books all the time, not just from the stuff that I love. And by the way, as you can probably tell from Megan Kate Nelson and Matthew Holbert and Peter Stark's presence on this show, these are the kind of books I love.
Amen. And I'm excited about this because that was a place where I was staying for Sturgis.
I know. You guys got a chance to hang out over there as well, too. And let me tell you something before we actually bring him on in. Just really quickly, guys, the book is available everywhere. I can't recommend it enough. It comes with my highest recommendation. And without further ado or don't, Dre, if you would give me some groovy music to drift us into this next guest. I am just so thrilled to have this author joining us today. We talk about the idea of sitting through layers and layers of myth and legend, 19th century Dom novels like Deadwood Dick, to HBO prestige dramas, to the casino billboards outside of present-day Deadwood. Peter Cozzens unveils the true face of Deadwood in this particular book, Deadwood, South Dakota. And let me just tell you something. Deadwood, gold, guns, and greed in the American West. The author of The Earth is Weeping joins us now. Thrilled to have him. In the summer of 1877 was a disagreeable season in Deadwood. Not only did travelers have to contend with road agents, but the Eastern press took delight in casting aspersions on the young town. It lurched into adolescence by fits and starts with enough mishaps to make even boosters wonder whether it would sink to the depths that New York and Boston journalists ascribed to it. The most diabolical town on earth is the name of that chapter, and the man who wrote it joins us this morning. Welcome to the show, and congratulations on this wonderful book. How are you today?
I'm fine. I can't thank you enough for the kind words about the book. I really appreciate it.
And by the way, just to let you guys know, Peter is the author and editor of 18 books on the American Civil War and the American Indian Wars. In 2002, he was awarded the American Foreign Service Association's highest honor, the William R. Rivkin Award, given annually to one foreign service officer for exemplary moral courage, integrity, and creative dissent. He currently resides in Kensington, Maryland. You can find him at Peter, COSSENS.net. Peter, let's talk about the fact that this is America almost in microcosm for the time period. This is not just any old Western gunslinging town. This is an incredibly unique laboratory for what America was and what America is about to become. Is that a fair assessment?
I think it's a very fair assessment. You had, Deadwood. Deadwood was, you mentioned unique. Deadwood was unique in that it was the only town in that I know of in American history that was actually founded on land that belonged to the Indians and was acknowledged by the government as belonging to the Indians. It was on treaty land that had been set aside for the Lakota Sioux in perpetuity. And that made all the residents of Deadwood basically illegal squatters. And you had people descending on the location because of gold, because of the discovery of gold in Deadwood Gulch and the surrounding areas from all over the country, all walks of life. And they all were motivated by one common denominator, and that was making money, whether it was from mining the gold or mining the miners in the case of saloon owners and brothel owners and whatnot. But what I found fascinating in the sense of it being a microcosm of America was, the driving factor of greed and avarice behind it. And also the way it came together so quickly as a community without any laws prevailing. There were no laws in Deadwood. It was not subject to federal law or to any territorial laws. Yet it managed to work things out. A lot of gunplay, a lot of bloodshed, and it makes for good reading, obviously. But they managed to work out their own system, and that speaks something to the American spirit too, I think.
By the way, I've pulled out quotes, of course, because I want to give people a sense of the action that's around there. "You betcha," swore Jim. Billy and his partner rode off. No sooner had they left than Jim repeated their conversation to the crowd. Word spread rapidly. The strangers had discovered gold either in the distant Wolf Mountains, in the Bighorn Mountains, or within 8 miles of Deadwood. No one knew quite where. The uncertainty dissuaded few. Men ran hither and thither in frantic endeavors to procure saddle horses and pack animals, McClintock among them. In a matter of days, at least 1,500 men departed Deadwood. Last Saturday, a worried soul star, wrote Seth Bullock, there was scarcely a corporal's guard on the street. And in many ways, this liminal space is people vying for identity. That I've also noticed here. This is one of those moments in American history where you have some really big political players, really big up-and-coming hustlers in the American landscape, some amazing legends, and at the same time, a lot of other people who realize because of its location and because of its the genuine definition of the word lawlessness, as opposed to the kind of pejorative comment it often gives us, is that there is an opportunity in this space to reinvent oneself or reinvigorate oneself in a way that few American communities allowed people even at this time. Correct?
That's absolutely correct. Again, and lawlessness not in a pejorative sense, but in a sense of starting from scratch, starting from the ground up. And that brought a lot of the well-known characters into Deadwood, including Seth Bullock and Sal Starr, who you'd alluded to earlier, who were two of the major characters of the series Deadwood on HBO. They came to Deadwood from Montana, intent on starting a dry goods business and a hardware business. And the first night in Deadwood, they pulled their wagon up on a muddy street of Deadwood and opened the canvas and started selling chamber pots from the back of their wagon, which were actually very much in need in Deadwood. And from there, they built up a hardware store, built up a fortune, ranching, banking, you name it, hotel ownership, and that was the spirit that you can come to Deadwood. It was so you were starting from the ground up, and anything went. And if you had the gumption and persevere, the chances were, so long as the gold held out, that you would make it something for yourself.
It's interesting, like I said, and the thing is, and I think you know where I'm going to go with this question. So the opportunity, of course, they show up there and they know kind of sort of what they want to begin with. But it was quite possible for people to show up there with one idea. Okay, I'm going to make the weirdest comparison here, and it's to Las Vegas. The idea that Bugsy Siegel is literally on a tarmac with just a few little cafes all kind of sitting and spinning around him. And he suddenly realizes that there are veterans flying in and going back home to Los Angeles or in the other direction, and realizes, wait a minute, gambling's legal here, and no one's going to stop anybody from doing anything. We can set something up here. The opportunity exists in Deadwood is kind of similar in the sense that you could get there with one thing in mind, look around the town and say, okay, what do they not have that they absolutely need, and how quickly can I find the means to provide it? Is that the environment that literally is coming up around here?
That most definitely is. Most people came to Deadwood to mine gold, and obviously there was not enough gold for everyone to mine, not enough stakes for everybody to work, and so people did move into other areas, into shopkeeping, into restaurants, into saloons, into gambling joints, and it pretty much was whatever you could succeed at, whatever you wanted to give a try. Again, with the lack of laws, it was pretty much a laissez-faire situation.
So let me talk about how you put together a book like this, because you're also dealing with the weight of an extraordinarily well-produced HBO show, Milch's show, but you're also dealing with a lot of legends and a lot of rumors and a lot of, people like to kind of, talk about the way things was, and the way things was in the West usually isn't the way things were. When you're reconstructing a city like Denver, that becomes a little bit easier. But in the case of this, we're also dealing with a lot of people who were deeply invested, whether it was Wild Bill and the people that surrounded him to inflate his image, whether it's the friends of Seth Bullock, who was very politically connected at the end of his life. There's all kinds of big characters here as well, too, who were deeply invested in the time of inflating their realities and making sure that the Eastern or even sometimes bigger presses in the West knew what they were up to. How does one wade through all of these different separate characters and create a coherent history about this? Talk to us a bit about process in putting this together.
Well, one thing I did that was, I think, of fundamental importance is I read every newspaper that came out of the Black Hills for this period. And I read every issue. Fortunately, Deadwood had at least 2 newspapers at any given time, sometimes 3. And again, I read every issue to get an understanding of how the community developed, really day to day, how it all came together. And fortunately, these newspapers, they were very much partisan organs, much more than today even. And so, if you read them and you're wondering if something was true or not, and you put kind of the two together, they kind of cancel out the extremes, and you can kind of come to a pretty good understanding of what really took place. I relied on letters from people who really had no reputations at stake. Those were important sources. Diary entries. I was fortunate to be the first person to ever have access to Seth Bullock's papers. They became available during COVID, and that gave me a real insight into the early days of the town when he was writing just to friends and writing for private reasons and not to inflate his own situation. And a lot of the famous characters like Wild Bill Hickok, Calamity Jane, who may have made who obviously made a name for themselves nationally, weren't necessarily that popular in Deadwood, and you can get a pretty good feeling for what people actually thought of them from the press of the time. And so that really was the newspapers. As much work as that was going through and digesting all these, that really formed the backbone of my writing.
I have a couple of candidates for this question as well. With a book like this, and of course, there are books about Calamity Jane and books about Wild Bill, some really good ones, as a matter of fact. Was there any character, as you began to put the book together, who had not been given their due, where you kept thinking, not me, but somebody should really dig in and write a book about this particular person, kind of a full-throttled version of their life and their life story, where there's always somebody who people aren't aware of, who threatens to take over a tale. Now, this is a really sprawling tale, so there's never a moment in this book where, the book is unbalanced in that way. But were there ever moments where you had to stop in all your research and writing and be like, man, I wish I could spend some more time with this person, but that's about them and not about Deadwood? Because this is an interesting approach too, guys, by the way. This is about the town. This is about this world. This is the historical reconstruction, a deep, thick description of a world coming into existence and then its movement through time and space. But was there anybody that threatened to do that here in the book for you?
Well, there are several characters that I wanted to write the record on that were not portrayed in the HBO series as they really were. And I tried hard to without making any reference to the series, just by telling the real stories to show the contrast. But I think one character that I really would have liked to have been able to spend more time on was Seth Bullock. I think he was even more of a stand-up guy than he appeared to be in the HBO series. He was one of the leading merchants in town. He was the first sheriff of Deadwood. He was one of the strongest advocates for law and order from the first day he arrived there. He went on to become a close friend of Teddy Roosevelt, as you mentioned, very much involved in politics. He was a captain in the Spanish-American War. Just a real colorful figure, and a Western lawman who I think really lives up to his reputation. I mean, he really was the stand-up guy, and did not kind of living on the margins between the law and order and between the outlaw life, such as people like Wild Bill did. He was a good man with the interests of the community at heart, and I wish I'd had opportunity to dive into him more. But again, as you say, this is a book about Deadwood and not biographies of individuals. Although, of course, I try to give them the fullest play possible.
I'll tell you this, too, because it's like, and I agree with you. I mean, I already had a high opinion of Seth Bullock, not just from the show, but from other reading I had done. But the gravitational pull of him in the attempt that is like what this is, as people kind of go through the book, you can see that there's a lot of competing interests, because very easily there are places in the country that can easily kind of turn into what I would call pass-throughs, kind of dark and sinister pass-throughs. And there is an alternative history of Deadwood where it actually does become bigger, but much more sinister in its existence, except for the efforts of Bullock and the people that actually rallied to him. And that really does come out in the book. There is a gravitational kind of force of the understanding that this will eventually dissolve into chaos if people can't get a sense of that this place runs and functions. And that really in some ways is the big battle inside of the book, the idea that it begins with gold. And I've often wondered what this place is like if it had begun with oil, if it had begun with some kind of, sustainable mineral there that it doesn't have. but in many ways that Bullock energy really kind of speaks to, like I said, that's why I go about the idea of the microcosm of America. The idea of unfettered capitalism only works if everybody agrees to follow the rules. Can you talk a little bit about and explain to our listeners why there was a gravitational pull from the press? And I'm not talking about just local press or the surrounding papers that you read. I'm talking about that, there's a moment in the book where actually some of the people who run the town decide that they're going to use the bad press, not as a way to attack the bad press, but as a way to improve the town. But why was the press so focused on this small little outpost in the middle of Native American territory?
I think partly for that very reason, that it was this isolated island in American Indian Territory, and where people were essentially, for the first year or so, on their own, and even after that, even when they fell under territorial authorities, they were isolated. I mean, they were in the Black Hills, far from any railroads, far from other communities, and I think that appealed to people, particularly in the East, who were living in cities, who were living in very structured life, to imagine what it would be like to be able to go out west and start anew in this rugged town that was, again, removed from society in a very real sense. And go ahead.
I was going to make you laugh, by the way, really quickly. We have an open chat with our listeners, and one of them said that this segment is going to financially break him. He is once again off to buy another audio book. Joe J just wrote that, so I'll make you laugh about that. So yeah, and so I don't know. Like I said, if you happen to see a couple of audio book purchases show up in your world, don't be surprised that there are a couple of truck drivers making their way across the country right now, listening to Deadwood, Gold, Guns, and Greed in the American West. I'm sorry, Peter. I want to let you finish your thought because I do have some other questions for you.
It's interesting. I mean, one of the reasons why the Eastern press also so focused on Deadwood is because you had this series of dime novels that were created around the character of supposed a fictitious character named Deadwood Dick, who was supposed to have been a road agent, a stagecoach robber, but of a real noble type. And stagecoach robberies were endemic around Deadwood. I mean, there was no other place in the West that had so many in such a short period of time as Deadwood. And I got a real kick out of writing about those. That's a whole chapter in the book. But the Deadwood Dick character became second only to Jesse James in popularity. And the dime novels themselves were like Pulp Fiction. They were extraordinarily popular in the East and Midwest, and that led the newspapers, I think, to give more attention to Deadwood than they might otherwise. And unfortunately, a good deal of it was unfavorable. The Eastern press tended to see the sordid side of Deadwood, and of course, there's always a sordid side of things that sells newspapers, and so they tended to exaggerate the evil, so to speak, and the sinister side of Deadwood. But again, that sells newspapers.
I made a point of going through the book and telling people about some of these titles: Deadwood Dick in Leadville, or A Strange Smoke for Liberty, Deadwood Dick on Deck, or Calamity Jane, the heroine of Whoop Up, Deadwood Dick, the Prince of the Road, or the Black Riders of the Black Hills. All of this stuff, it's like you can see a whole bunch of young teenage boys digging their way in with mothers over on the eastern seaboard screaming at them to turn the lamp off and go to bed. There's a lot of that.
And a lot of men, too.
A lot of this stuff is, and the idea that it becomes really kind of a place for immense amounts of fun as well, too. And by the way, we're not burying the lead here. It was an incredibly violent place. It was a place where law was still kind of figuring itself out. Were there any kind of, stories that even, given your deep knowledge of this going in, that horrified you, where you were like really kind of taken aback by them? A couple for me, but I was kind of curious, in your research, did you go, wow, like that is awful, or that is the very definition of what it means to be truly lawless in the pejorative sense?
Yeah, I think when Wild Bill Hickok was gunned down in cold blood, there was absolutely no doubt that he was murdered, shot from behind by this drifter ne'er-do-well named Jack McCall. and there was a trial set up the day after the shooting. And this trial had no legal standing because Deadwood was an illegal settlement. But the miners got together and they put a trial together. And Jack McCall, again, in the face of all the evidence to the contrary, he said, well, I killed Wild Bill Hickok because he had killed my brother. And the jury came back and found him not guilty. And I just find that astounding. And so did the judge at the time. He couldn't believe that McCall was acquitted. I think that's one case that really jumped out at me. Although it had an interesting denouement, McCall made the mistake after he left Deadwood of boasting about how he'd beaten the hangman's noose with his bogus story about a non-existent brother being gunned down by Wild Bill. And the prosecuting attorney was also so startled by the result that he tracked McCall down, got wind of these stories, got the territorial court in Yankton, Dakota, to file charges against McCall, and he was retried, found guilty, and hanged. And it wasn't double jeopardy because the court had no authority in Deadwood. This guy wasn't exactly the brightest
No.
character.
Yeah, by the way, if you beat the hangman's noose and you got away with it, don't brag about how you got away with it, especially when there wasn't any attachment of actual legal jeopardy in place. It doesn't seem like the smartest of all strategies. But it also
he wasn't a very bright light.
No, he wasn't. And there's no way. I mean, even at Bill's advanced age and his, the fact that he was, physically not the person he was. There's no way. There's no way McCall actually outguns him in a fair fight. It's a straight up assassination and murder, and that of a disturbed man in the sense that celebrity still plays a large part in the American psyche. That's the other thing too. That event, in many ways, when you have an event like that, which at the time was lightning news, it's going to call attention to a town and going to speak to the larger press in the world about lawless places and liminal spaces that exist in the American West. Are there any lessons that we can draw in the present day? Does Deadwood, and I hate asking this because I feel like it puts a writer on the spot. You talk about it a little bit. Are there any lessons that Deadwood can teach us as a culture today, moving forward, both on an individual level and at a national level?
I'd like to be able to say something dramatic to that effect.
Just
but
a
I
good story.
can't.
Just a good story, huh? Just a good story.
It's a damn good story. It's a damn good story. I think it to the extent that we can imagine ourselves in that kind of a situation and ponder how we might react, and also to what extent the Deadwood experience is a reflection on the fundamental American desire for wealth, American desire for the quick buck was as prevalent then as it is in some circles today. But beyond that, I think it's just take it as a darn good story of a time and place in America that's past, unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately.
Yeah. It depends on who you are and what you're packing. We just did a show last week on all the different kind of hardware that people actually, and by hardware I mean the guns that they used in the Old West, and it was kind of interesting as I went back through the book to kind of pick up a lot of what is going on in this world. Deadwood, Gold, Guns, and Greed in the American West. Peter Cozzens joins us this morning. He's the author of also The Earth is Weeping, whole bunch of great stuff. Just write his name in, Cossens with the Peter on the front, put a .net behind it. That will take you to everything you need to know about this wonderful writer who has...
Actually, it's Cozzz, like zebra.
What did I just say? Did I say SS?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm looking at the Z's. I literally, thank you for correcting me because I was literally looking at that. I wasn't even spelling it off the cuff. I was looking at the Z's. ZZENS.net. Peter, thank you so much. You're welcome back anytime. What are you working on next? What do you got cooking?
My editor and I both decided I should stay out west for a while longer, and I'm working on a book on Virginia City and the Comstock Lode.
Fantastic. Promise me you'll come back when that book is almost done or when that book is done so we can actually get more guys downloading the audio books and getting themselves hardback copies. This book was terrific. I enjoyed it. It's a big book, guys. It took me 2 days to read it. I was done. I was thrilled. Thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you. Take care now.
You as well, my friend. Hope we get him back on the show. As you can tell, we like Peter Stark around here. We like our Megan Kate Nelson. We like our Matthew Holbert. Let's hope that we can add Peter to that lineup and that list of folks as we make our way into the last half hour of Road Gang Radio. I can't believe how freaking fast this show has gone. Bruce Almighty, good God Almighty, good to see you out there. Good morning to you as well. Moo from the Paranormal Pie Man. Morning to everybody, by the way. This has been a really fun show. We've been bumping and making our way down the way. I'm going to come back and tell you what the encore performance of our good friends Ashley and Scott is going to be for Trucking with OOIDA. We'll be back on the other side. Lindsay Lawler's Country and Western Music News is headed your way. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wall. I can't believe I said double S. I'm looking at these Z's. That's just crazy, man.
It happens.
We'll be right back. Road Gang Radio continues.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Woo, and we're seizing the day also with Lindsay because she's here.
We'll get to Lindsay in one momento, but we will begin by saying it's an encore performance of Trucking with OOIDA. Alaska and Hawaii couldn't be more different, but when it comes to trucking, it turns out the two youngest states in the Union share some similarities, along with the fact that when you approach both their capital cities, Honolulu and Anchorage, at night, man, they look like giant shimmering dots of gold in the middle of darkness. In an encore presentation, Jamie Benson, president and CEO of the Alaskan Trucking Association, breaks the unique challenges truckers face there. And then Kelvin Kohatsu, friend of this show, the now former leader of the Hawaii Transportation Association, introduces the listeners to a day in the life of the average truck driver there. Spoiler alert, CDLs are mostly for tour buses over there, and a lot of stuff that involves going in and out of the ports. A little drayage going on over there as well, too. But without further ado, or don't, all of that Trucking with OOIDA with Ashley and Scott follows this.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Yeah, believe it or not, man.
Lindsay Lawler's here. What's going on?
Believe it or not, I'm not coming home. Hey, boys and girls, welcome back to your country and western music news live from Belize, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And on this show, we celebrate the Grand Ole Opry. But boys, believe it or not, the Grand Ole Opry had to shut down last weekend. What? Okay, check this out. So no one in country music hates canceling a show more, of course, than the Grand Ole Opry. It's legendary. It's the church. It's the church of the country. But that is exactly what happened last Saturday for their show. So there was no live audience that weekend. All tickets, of course, were canceled and refunded. But the Saturday night radio show still aired with a mix of both live performances and pre-recorded performances. But no one was physically there. So Winter Storm Fern officially reared her ugly head. And guys, it's a tough time to be named Fern. You know anyone named Fern?
No, I don't know anyone named Fern. I don't. I really, and I know a lot of people named a lot. I know people named Moonbeam. I don't know anybody named Fern. What?
Well, Winter Storm Moonbeam has not moved in yet. But, of course, in Nashville, there was a mix of snow, sleet, and ice. I can tell you that is true. That happened because my husband is stuck back home still with no power, and I'm trying to get back to them. But there was a huge drop in temperature. Road conditions are, of course, very dangerous. Trees snapping everywhere. So in a statement, Grand Ole Opry, of course, encouraged everyone to stay home and just listen on the radio. People heard some old stuff, some stuff from last week, kind of what we've done here on this show and what we did right after Christmas when we needed to do a reset. It's sort of a best of. But, Jen, here's the deal. Through its 100-year history, this Saturday night Grand Ole Opry radio show, it's never taken a night off. So there have been a few adjustments here and there to the presentation, like if one star couldn't make it or not, but it has not been canceled. With the most obvious only difference to this is that there was a 6-month period without a live audience, of course, during COVID, but they still had the shows going on kind of in a video presentation. So here's the deal. That's over 5,000 straight Saturday night shows that have always happened at the Opry. That overcomes the death of a president and the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., after which actually a curfew was put in place in Nashville. The Bellamy Brothers will headline this Friday night's Opry show, and next week the Oak Ridge Boys will be there Friday and Saturday. But it brings up, because here's the deal. I'm, as you know, in Belize, and we're here for a music festival, and my friends that I'm here with know, buddy Jamie called the manager over at Billy Bob's and said, "Are you guys going to stay open?" Everyone was trying to figure out, do we change our flights? What's closing? What's going on? And Pat Green was supposed to play there last Saturday night, and they ended up making the decision to cancel that show and shut down the massive, legendary Billy Bob's and not even have their house band, which we thought maybe they'll just pull a house band in. No, they shut completely. And I'm here with my good friend Don Stubbs, who owns the legendary Brand Room in the Fort Worth Stockyards. And if you have not been there, you must go eat there. You must have their chicken fried steak and everything else on the menu. Throw an enchilada on top of it. Make it the best day of your life. Get yourself a locker. There's a wait list, but if you're nice to her, maybe you can get one. But they had to end up closing too. And it's that thing, Jim, I don't know, New Orleans, you guys know, after the storm and stuff, people have to make a real decision. And I was watching my friend debate, do I close, do I open, what do I do? But there's a lot that you have to take into account there, from revenue to your staff to everybody being safe and getting in. You don't want anybody slipping and falling or driving on the way to work and that be on your head. So I don't know how much, you know, a lot of people there in New Orleans and bar owners and such. That's a decision when it comes to hurricanes and such. What do we do, right?
Well, I'll tell you this right now. Yesterday was a great example. I mean, on Sunday, Dre and Madison both texted me and said, "What are we going to do?" And I knew that I had to be there, but I also knew a couple of things were at play. The first of which is I couldn't have Dre. There was no scenario in which, given the fact that Dre's car is here and that he would be driving somebody else's car, that I could let him cross causeways, bridges in water in freezing temperatures. It was a really bad idea.
Right.
With Madison, the problem was, am I going to ask somebody to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and do a weather check to make sure the roads haven't been closed off and frozen? I knew I'm not far from where this is, and I also knew that if I came in early, I actually came in incredibly early before the freeze happened, but I came really close to pulling the plug on the whole thing. And the only reason I kept the show going on that day, and by the way, this happens all the time during hurricanes, was my access to the studio. Had I been further away, had I been deep out in Metairie, had I been in the equivalent of Franklin and Nashville, and the show been in Nashville, I'd have pulled the plug on everything. but it was my access. That's often what it comes down to, too. How much access to the absolutely important people. And the other thing is, too, I'll give you another good example. Schools get canceled during this kind of stuff, and people suddenly have children that they don't normally have to deal with, or arrangements that had to be made where babysitters and all the kind of infrastructure that it requires to put a performer on stage is no longer there. So how do you do it? There's all of the other things,
well,
too.
That's why you have to make the call early enough so people can make those arrangements. I mean, they were canceling our school. It's canceled for the rest of the week, by the way, and they were canceling it several days ago because, to your point, people will have to call into work or call out of work and find the arrangements. People have to plan their lives around it. It's not just a fly by the seat of our pants kind of situation.
That's exactly it. I mean, and the bigger the organization gets, and the bigger the infrastructure gets, you got to make those plans way in advance. And you make the wrong call, and you put somebody on the road, and you have people, and there are people who show up for that event. Man, anybody gets hurt, it is literally CYA. You are engaged in one giant CYA action, and on a different level, you're engaged also in decency. You've got to make a call based on decency as well, too. And it was the right call to make. And given what's unfolding there now, it was the absolutely right call. Is the absolutely right.
It was.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was. And I'm trying to get back to it. But I'm trying to get back to Tennessee, normally Texas, this time Tennessee. But speaking of, I want to tell you a little more, Jim, because I got to take you to Fort Worth so you can try out the brand room. So it's right down there in the stockyards, and it's really cool because we talk about the road, or at least used to talk about that show, The Road, on the show. We thought it'd be better than it was. And first couple episodes, good. It took its turn, as a lot of them do. But I was talking about the show to my friend Dawn here, who I'm with, and she said, "Oh, they actually filmed here at the place." So they filmed at the brand room, one of the sort of those sidebar interviews with Keith Urban and Blake Shelton in the back room. And then so last night, she and I were going through all the different videos they have. Chase Rice shot a music video there. They were actually, Jim, the green room for 1883, Taylor Sheridan's Yellowstone spinoff, that filmed there. And they turned basically the stockyards into 1883. They turned it into that. The stockyards became their set and their shoot. People love the brand room. It's kind of the best kept secret, but Trace Atkins is there, of course, legendary Nolan Ryan tends to show up there. The Bellamy brothers love having a chicken fried steak there. Clay Walker, the list goes on and on and on. And Taylor Sheridan, who's actually opened a spot next door that has both the steak restaurant upstairs and then a private club down on the bottom. But it makes me wonder, Jim, so much as you've seen what's happened in Nashville and Broadway, I wonder to what extent there's rumors of different people that may or may not open, country stars that may or may not open a bar maybe in the stockyards. And you have to wonder how they'll do it, if it'll become that, if people will use Nashville and Broadway as a marker for good or bad. But, I don't know how many celebrities and music people have bars in Nashville. I'm sorry, in New Orleans.
It used to be bigger than it was. A lot of it's quiet. A lot of it is very, very quiet. Yeah. I don't know if you know this. Helen Mirren and her husband, Taylor Hackford, the great American director, actually used to own the Matador. When their son passed away unexpectedly, they've kind of given up interest in it. There's a number of places around town, but they're quiet. Francis Ford Coppola owns a wine bar here in town. A lot of it is a lot of the owners down here are less about.
It's not their name on it.
It's strangeness. It's a lot of strangeness. There's a lot of you always find out, wait a minute, so-and-so owns it. That's why they're always here. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of strangeness to it. It's typical New Orleans stuff where it's the man behind the man as opposed to Nashville, which is...
that's very on brand for New Orleans.
Yeah. It's always like, wait, who owns this place? Wait, Keanu Reeves has a stake in this? What are you talking about? I knew it. This feels like Keanu Reeves. No, it doesn't. You get the idea. Whereas in Nashville, it's like celebs are owning. Is that what you think the stockyards are going to turn into, is Nashville?
I don't think so. I was talking to Don about that. I mean, I think it's no way it would become that. It's such a different feel and vibe. And Fort Worth is, I mean, what happened with Nashville is the Bachelorettes took over. And I think a lot of it had to do with, people like Blake Shelton and Keith Urban going on, making country mainstream by the shows like American Idol and The Voice, and people had a real resurgence in country music, but more the more modern country music. And it became sort of the shit show that downtown Broadway is today. But I don't think that would happen in Fort Worth. I mean, certainly everybody's about growing the economy and expansion, but Fort Worth has such a specific, authentic thing. It's like New Orleans in the sense that you know what you're getting. It's a character in and of itself, and Nashville is not that anymore. Nashville is become such a blend. Sort of like Austin as well, but it celebrates both kinds, all kinds. So I don't see Fort Worth going in that vein. I think it'd have to be real authentic. Yeah. I think it'd have to be real authentic what Fort Worth called in, for that matter.
Well, the other thing is too, and
or loud.
from a geographical standpoint, and by the way, this part of Texas, don't come at me, guys. That area around there is really wide open and has some really gorgeous stuff to recommend to it. It's just not the same geography either. I mean, in the sense that Fort Worth and Dallas are both expansive cities. They can go up, but they expand out. Whereas Nashville's headed up in the sense that you can only grow so far. Nashville's got to go up like a kind of traditional, it's closer to an eastern city than it is a western city. Whereas there's room in Texas, there's always room to go a little further out. You're not talking about cramming people on where is the prime real estate. So it's a very, very unique and very, very typically Texas thing in that it is unique, typically unique in terms of Texas. It doesn't have that gravitational pull of that sort of bad or could go sideways energy. It just feels like Texans like their space. Don't cram me, They'll go someplace else.
Right.
That's my kind of feeling about it. But by the way, the brand room looks amazing.
Don't tread on me.
Yeah. The brand room looks.
Oh, you looking the brand room up?
Yeah.
Isn't it pretty?
It's very pretty and it's very cool. It looks exactly the way I thought it would. I'll put it that way. It looks exactly the way I thought it would, and the food looks really good. Really good.
Dude, the food's so good, and just the decor is so authentic. Dawn did it all herself. If you're passing through, I know Fort Worth, Dallas-Fort Worth is such a hub for a lot of you truck drivers. If you're passing through, that is the place to stop. It's the best-kept secret. Check it out. Tell them Lindsay Lawler sent you, and you'll get a discount on nothing. Okay, so moving on. Speaking of the road, speaking of The Voice, all those shows, American Idol is back again. Now, I told you I did not watch it. I was at the very first American Idol that ever happened when Kelly Clarkson won. Kid Craddock sent me out there to L.A., and I had no idea what I was stepping into. None of us knew how big American Idol was going to be at the time, of course. But to be amongst that power of watching somebody in that moment win, the very first one, and actually seeing somebody's life change in a moment, feeling the energy of what they're experiencing in that moment when they see their whole life is going to change was magical. So I watched Idol for a few years after that. I fell off for a while, but I came back last year when Carrie Underwood was on it. There's something, maybe it's because I see her at Taekwondo every day with our kids, and I feel like I'm a part of her somehow, even though she doesn't know who I am. It doesn't matter. I got into it, and I love her candor of she is actually tough, but she's tough in a very in a helpful way, not the way Simon Cowell was, and not the Luke Bryan goofy way where he just kind of loves everybody. She's a really good balance. I don't know if you've watched it, but I'd love for you to watch this here so we can talk about it, Jim. But so it premiered on Monday, and she's back with Luke Bryan and Lionel Richie, of course, judging. And she said, sometimes I get in trouble from people who say, how dare you say that this wasn't perfect? And she said, I just want everybody to learn, because that's really part of the show. We watching, you don't want to hear everybody's great all the time. That's not what the show's about. But that doesn't get you anywhere. So she made it clear that her critiques really come from a place of encouragement, not negativity. And I think that's the difference. Did you watch back when Simon Cowell was a judge in the day?
Yeah, that's really what it kind of comes down to. It's one of the reasons why, I get so frustrated. I'm like going, nobody's getting better, dude. This is not up with people. It's like if you're going to make it, there are tweaks you can make to your performance that aren't just commercial, that make them better. There are things that you can do that actually, there are outfits you can wear and ways you can present yourself and songs you can select and worlds you can put together that make you better. Get over yourself and take the damn note. Sorry. It's a.
You're not wrong. Take the note.
Take the note. Take the note. I'm invested in you getting better.
If you came here to win.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly it. I want to help you win. I mean, that's what they don't understand. I'm trying to help you win. I'm not giving you reasons I'm going to cut you loose. I'm going to tell you why the crowd's not going to vote for you. I'm trying to get you there. Take the note. Or don't take the note, but take the note. Take the damn note. Take it.
Well, and who better to give the note than her, who won? So she won back on season 4, which was in 2005. And, the runner-up, by the way, that year was Bo Bice. So if you can remember the visual, if you were watching, that same year, she actually also released her debut album, which is called Some Hearts. That came out, debuted at #1 on Billboard and on Billboard Top Country chart. And it launched one of the biggest country music careers ever, certainly the biggest career that's ever come of American Idol. So it's the stories they're doing, though, they're really leaning into the human interest of people and showing struggling artists, showing, single parents, showing people that are just trying to make their life better, therefore making their family's life better. And listen, I understand my husband works in reality TV. I understand there's a lot of it that isn't quote unquote true, but I don't even really care, because if they're blowing it up, if they're dramatizing it, it's still telling really good stories of people following their dreams, following their joy, following their bliss, trying to make life better for them and those around them. And I think those stories being shown more and more on TV is a real positive turn. So I am here for it. I am here for American Idol, Jim. Please watch it along with me. It is out now. First episode came out Monday. It is streaming. You can watch it every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC, and stream it the next day on Hulu. Are you in?
I'm in, and I'll tell you why I'm in as well, too, because you know who is an avid watcher of America's Got Talent and American Idol?
Your parents.
KK, absolutely. KK is down for it, so
Okay.
I will actually get you KK's text message. You can text KK during the because they watch it when it comes on. Man, they're in. They are in. They love it. They love it. And my mom usually calls it right. She always. I mean, you can never decide who's going to win it, because there's a randomness. Not a randomness, but there's a wild card element to that. But she's really good. She's like, here's the final three. This is going to be the final three. She's like, I got it. I got it figured out. And
Oh
she's
my gosh, I love that. I got to talk to KK.
yeah, she's got it going on, because she uses her own guts, but she also knows she knows the American public, as she said. She goes, I know the public and I know these people. She said, I know the public and I know those 4 people, for America's Got Talent. She's like, she knows that's the one she nails, but she loves American Idol too. So can't wait to dig into it. Can't wait. Going to be fun. I'm in. Deal me in. Deal me in.
Yay.
Deal me in. Go on.
All right, let's pivot.
Pivot.
So we know and love Craig Morgan around here. The
We
country
do.
singer recently, Jim. We do. He's a good man. He's a good man. He's a veteran, and he does good things for good men and veterans. And he recently was talking about, the feelings he had surrounding his recent promotion into the Army Reserves. He said 2 things: humility. I was honored beyond, and he said these 2 things: humility, I was honored beyond anything. And I hope that people will recognize the pride that we have in our nation and our uniform and service as service members. He says, my objective is always to properly represent everyone else who doesn't get that opportunity. So the only place that pride and humility are well balanced are in the military. So the singer reenlisted in the reserves back in 2023. He was 59 at that point, Jim, and he was just promoted to Chief Warrant Officer 2, CW2. That's a cool thing, and I think the idea of, I always love being able to balance trucking and radio and music all together and see how the worlds combine. You may not look at those and think they go together, but I have found a way to make them go together. You have found a way to make radio and history and writing go together. I think that's really cool when you can combine all your passions, especially for the good of those around you, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. And I'm sorry, I've been thinking about Craig Morgan and that God Bless America he just did. I mean, he meant every single word of it that he sang. I just keep thinking about that dude at that 49ers Seahawks game, and I just felt like there's a guy taking all that he loves. By the way, I'm connecting to this. There's a guy taking all that he loves, his love of country, his love of service, his love of performance, and his love of just being authentic, and kernelizing them into one moment in front of a professional football crowd. That was just spectacular. My dad actually remembered the interview I did with him when he got up at the crack of doom, and he basically just said, he goes, well, you talked to that guy. I said, yeah. He goes, he's really good. I'm like, dude, he did a great God Bless America to open that up, dude. Because he meant it. That's the other thing. Do you ever, some people sing the national anthem or God Bless America and they mean it. And it's just, you can feel it. Sorry, that was my little digression. I'm agreeing with you. It's always great when you can take the separate elements of who you are and bring them into one entity. Really cool. Really cool.
Love it. Love it. Well, Craig Morgan did spend 17 and a half years in the Army. And, you know, he says it's such a big part of who he is, what his family's all about, what they represent, and the love he has for his country and the passion for freedom, et cetera, et cetera. So he says to be able to go back and, you know, kind of reignite that fire and be a part of what he believes as what we believe are the greatest people in our nation was very emotional. So he's very honored to be able to do that, which I think is cool. He said he leaned on his faith as he struggled with grief. You know, he lost his son, Jerry, in 2016 in a boating accident. Jerry was only 19 years old when that happened. And Craig said as he worked through all that, he realized that God was never punishing him. He said he never was, and he doesn't believe for 1 second that God took his son. He just says, you know, it was another test of faith in his life, and he had to accept what happened. He said, my son's gone, and that's terrible. And he said his youngest said it. We just have to live with the suck the rest of our lives. We miss him, but his faith in God will not waver, and it's finding faith in these other ways to support and love those around him that keeps him going every day. So, yes, he's known for his music career, but he's committed to sharing both his faith and his love of the country with the rest of the world, and I just think that's really special. I got to sing with Craig Morgan in St. Louis for one of the JCS, the Joshua Chamberlain Society events. And I saw, you know, you get to see the stuff happening backstage. It's one thing to see how somebody is on stage in front of everybody, but I got to watch him backstage and like going and trying to find some of the wounded warriors that were being represented and honored that night. And he did not leave till he had spent quality time with each and every one of them. And, you know, I just like to sit back and watch that and hope that somebody has the right intentions, and I can tell you from watching firsthand that Craig Morgan does.
Let me tell you something else, too, about Craig Morgan, and this is important to me. You know how important this is to me, because there are a lot of people that think they know my politics who aren't listeners to this show, because the people who listen to this show who are my friends know it. I love Craig Morgan for another reason. He proves that people can know exactly where you stand without turning it into an attempt to make other people who might not be in the exact same place as him feel like that they're enemies. He is absolutely an evangelist for what he believes in, and he does it through example and not by a lot of what I call posturing. And that makes him really a cool dude as far as I'm concerned. He's a great reminder that we can all know where you fall on the side of things without having to broadcast that in a way that is confrontational, ugly, mean-spirited, or taking it out on people who might be just as patriotic as you. He's a great American. We make that joke all the time, overrated and great American. Craig Morgan is a great American. Straight up, full stop. That's it. That's my take on Craig.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So shout out to Craig. Okay, finally on this day in country and Western music history, this is for you, Dre and Jim, back there in New Orleans. On this day in 1959, Johnny Horton recorded, and you guess what the country song about New Orleans recorded was?
The Battle of New Orleans.
Nah, ding, 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 tell him what he wins. Nothing. The Battle of New Orleans was recorded during an evening session at it was back at the Bradley Film and Recording Studio, which was on National Music Row. The song describes that 1815 Battle of New Orleans. It's from the perspective of an American soldier, and the lyrics are intended to be comical. The song, it was written by Jimmy Driftwood. It's been recorded by a bunch of artists, but the singer Johnny Horton most often is the one associated with the song. And go check it out. I'm going to listen to it today, as I think that's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Love you guys. I'm going to head to the airport now and pray for the best. Please send me all your good vibes that I return home and can start dealing with matters back on the home front. Keep
You
those
got
home
this.
fires burning for me.
Thank you, Lindsay. We love you. And
Thank you.
Remember this one lyric. And when we shot the cannon off, the gator lost his mind. All right. We love you, gator. Be safe and get home in one
no
piece.
idea what that means.
You will.
No idea what that means, but I'm going to think it means you want me to get home safe.
I want you to get your ass home safe.
You're gator
by the way,
now.
the whole enchilada. Love you, gator. Love you, love you, love you, love you. Be good.
Love you guys. Go check out the brand room and my song Lone Star. Okay, have the best day. Bye.
Bye. By the way, Tech Talk tomorrow. Our good friend the Braz is going to be here talking about general maintenance. Education Station, by the way. We did have a guest cancellation tomorrow. Claire Marie sent us both an email, Dre. That guest, Audrey, is over in Nashville. We understand, Audrey. Get well, get good. Chico McCullum, though, is going to be on Education Station. Just wanted to put that in there. Wade Chico McCullum. Boy, that sounds like a guy in an action film, doesn't it? Chico McCullum. Stephen Murray, by the way, is going to be talking about kazoo. kazoos and why kazoos are important to the USA and what makes kazoos different and what are some fun things you can do with a kazoo. I know. What are we doing? We're out of our minds here. Road Gang Radio has come to a conclusion. It's been executive produced by Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack. It is technical producer, and its lead producer is Andre Thibodeau. We're going to get that executive in there really quickly and soon. Dre, would you get us the hell out of here, by the way?
Yeah, I guess I can do
Our good friends Ashley and Scott are going to be talking to Hawaii and Alaska. We're going north to Alaska. We're going north. The Deadwood Go Rush is on. It's hard to sing a song when another song is playing underneath. I just want to point this out. We love y'all. Stay safe. Be good. Do good work. Get the job done. But most importantly, get home.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Happy 2026 from the Allen Lund Company to all the owner-operators across the U.S.
Hello and welcome to Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
Ashley, have you been to Alaska or Hawaii?
I have been to Hawaii.
Yes?
I've not been to Alaska.
I'm
guessing the weather is slightly different.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear.
I don't know.
I don't know
they
either.
They look similar.
I'm
kidding.
Yeah. I mean, to that point, though, there are obviously differences between the two states. But as we found out,
some similarities
through our conversations, there are some similarities. We are speaking today with two people. Jamie Benson, she is the president and CEO of the Alaska Trucking Association. And then after that, we're going to talk with Kelvin Kohatsu. He is the former leader of the Hawaii Transportation Association. And as we found out from both of them, there are quite a few differences.
There are quite a few differences, yes. But like you said, lots of similarities. We've got Jamie Benson coming up. She is with the Alaska Trucking Association. We're going to ask her all about what it's like trucking there. Obviously a little bit chillier than Hawaii.
A little bit.
But we'll find out what the differences are.
There it is. Let's get right to Jamie. And then a little bit later, again, Kelvin Kohatsu of the Hawaii Transportation Association as well.
First off, I guess I'm just curious, how are things going there in Alaska?
Things overall are good. Alaska being in a remote location, obviously, very similar to Hawaii, we are super reliant on transportation. So the things that affect us the most are weather. And we just got our first big snow. So that's probably been our big challenge this week, is getting into the mindset of, okay, now we have to adjust for winter weather, which in Alaska is extreme, even in the most populated areas.
Have you always lived in Alaska, Jamie?
I am born and raised, yes.
Wow. Explain what the weather is like there. You have Scott and I. Scott, you're from California, so you really have
Grew
no
up in
idea.
California.
I'm
yeah.
Canadian, so a little bit more familiar, but I don't think as familiar with the snow as you would be.
Yeah, no, it's so we have a weird weather cycle. We have, I would like to call 2.5 seasons. We have winter, which is the bulk of it, which can run from, let's say, October at best, all the way through April and into May. And that is from initial snow, freeze, to the thawing of it. So we get a very short window on spring. And when we have our summer, it's about 2 months. It's June and July. And it's gorgeous. It's beautiful. But Alaska is very different and unique in that we have 0 daylight in the winter and then 24 hours of daylight in the summertime. So a lot of folks up here, even ones who are born and bred here, can deal with, like seasonal depression because it's totally bizarro to go from, this daylight, beautiful, everything's bright and beautiful, to darkness for a very long time.
This is a weird question maybe, but to me, I feel like 24 hours of sunlight would probably
be too much.
Well, probably too much, but I feel like that would be better than 24 hours of darkness.
Yeah.
Do you
It is.
agree with that, or?
I do agree. It's great. It's hard to get good sleep in the summer because you will look outside. When I say 24 hours, I'm exaggerating a bit, but it does not get pitch black. So it gets to a dusky haze. So you'll get, it's 11:30 at night and there's still sunlight out. So you'll want to be up. So then your sleep is affected, and you get up in the morning and it's bright, and it's a positive thing. Everybody here loves the summer. It's when it comes to the winter and the darkness that it gets hard, because if you're working a 9 to 5, the whole time you're at work, the light is gone. So you've missed it. You've missed that window. And so you basically go to work and it's dark, and you go home, it's dark. And a lot of folks, they buy these, those lights that they put in their house to kind of increase their vitamin D.
Yeah.
But it's a little weird.
Wow.
Yeah. It sounds weird. It sounds weird. And I mean, your body is not designed for that. Yeah. It's not like something you can just kind of, think about and adjust to.
Do you think it's easier for you because you grew up in it, though?
It's easier for me because I think that I have accepted it, but it still affects me in that I should go to bed at 9 o'clock at night, and I want to stay up. And so I get sleep deprived in the winter. It can be. I'll tell you what it does. It makes the days really long because you don't have the natural sense of the earth kind of adjusting your system.
Yeah.
You have to remind yourself, oh, okay, I have to do this by this time, or it's already, it's bedtime. It's time to get up. In the summertime, we use some people use blackout curtains to create that darkness to go to sleep, and then and vice versa. We use artificial lighting in the winter to create light. It's a different lifestyle.
For sure. Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah, for sure. And are you in Anchorage or elsewhere?
I am based in Anchorage, yes.
Anchorage, okay. And obviously you are the president and CEO of the Alaska Trucking Association. How long have you been there?
So I have been affiliated with the Alaska Trucking Association for over a decade, but in my current role since July of 2024. Prior to that, I was with FedEx as an operations and on-road manager for about 30 years.
I'm curious, what led you into FedEx? What led you into kind of the trucking transportation world?
Well, when I was a student at the University of Alaska and working a bunch of part-time jobs, and I was about 18 or 19, and my dad at the time was working for FedEx, which was Flying Tigers before that. So he was in the cargo world, and we had a conversation, and basically he was like, what are you doing? I know you're going to school, but you're working 3 jobs. You really should get on at FedEx. And he lured me in with, they had, at the time, they had jump seat privileges. And they paid tuition reimbursement.
Yeah.
And they paid pretty well. And I was like, okay, well, I hated it. I hated it the first day because it was manual labor and something I was completely unprepared for.
How old were you at the time?
I was 19.
19. Okay, yeah. So you were in that,
19.
that prime age where you're just like, I'm not having this. This is not for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But after a couple meltdowns, I stuck it out and kind of made it what I needed it to be, which I think a lot of young folks don't really encompass. They get deterred from, the work part of it. This is hard. I don't think I need to be here. I found the easiest way for me to make my way through was to find the path that I wanted to take within FedEx. And even if that didn't look the way that I thought it would to begin with, I mean, I spent my first 10 years there changing jobs. I took a job in Chicago because every Alaskan, this is no joke, every Alaskan wants to leave, but every Alaskan comes back.
Yeah.
They always come back. So I got out for a year. I came back, and then I decided I wanted to get into leadership, that if I was going to continue to be at FedEx, I wanted to pursue it in a manner that was going to be a little more financially beneficial to me, but also kind of lean into what I felt was my positive aspects, and that was leadership. And so that's kind of where I got into operations management, and that really did change my perspective on everything. I was a fine arts major in college.
Oh, so that's a little bit of a shift. A little shift,
I never did anything with that.
Yeah.
So big shift, but I was able to use my creative outlets differently, and that was influencing employees and people.
It sounds like you didn't quite get a CDL, or did you?
I did.
You did, okay.
So when a few years in, when I was kind of figuring out where I wanted to be, and I wanted to learn as much about the company as possible, I went into on-road operations. So managing CDL employees, I was required to get my CDL, and then I was on the road quite often. So yeah, I actually still hold my CDL.
Gotcha. Yeah. And we're going to talk kind of big picture here, but just I'm fascinated by your story in particular here with FedEx. Here we're in the Kansas City area, and here you've got FedEx drivers, and you're pretty much doing deliveries in town. I would imagine you've got concentrations of population there, obviously, Anchorage, Juneau, you've got a few bigger cities there, but there is a lot of rural area that is kind of off the beaten path. What is that like for, I guess, a typical FedEx driver there? Are they making much longer trips in a lot of cases, or what does that look like?
Well, so how it works is FedEx has a hub in Anchorage, and the Anchorage International Airport is one of the largest cargo hubs in the world because of its proximity to Asia and, to the continental U.S. So they receive all the freight there, and they have two stations within Anchorage that service the Anchorage area. The rest of the freight is sent out on aircraft. So, for instance, anything that's for Fairbanks or Juneau or Kodiak, it's all flown out on smaller aircraft.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too efficient, I suppose, to send out a bunch of, FedEx trucks to all corners of the state, probably. That makes sense.
They have quite a reach. When I was there, and they still do this, we had a route that went to Seward, which is, I want to say, 100 miles outside of Anchorage and Kenai. So they have some reach here, but that's actually how most of the transportation works here, or the shipping. It comes into Anchorage, and then it's filtered out through smaller aircraft into the rural communities.
Gotcha.
Or trucked.
Yeah.
I'm curious, how is trucking different there compared to the U.S.? You said you lived in Chicago for a while. I'm just curious, the comparisons of the two.
The biggest comparison is that Alaska, only 20% of the state is accessible by road. So in Illinois and Indiana and Midwest, everywhere in the continental U.S., you can pretty much get to any place you need to go to by road. It's not the same in Anchorage. We have points of contact that we get into, and then, again, everything has to be filtered out by smaller vehicles or by plane or boat.
Yeah. So because of that challenge, what does, I guess, a typical day look like for a truck driver? And I know it can vary, obviously. It can vary here in the lower 48, but what does that look like for a typical truck driver? Are they making longer hauls, or is it a lot? Are there more short hauls, or kind of what does that look like?
We have quite a bit of short haul, but we have an extensive long haul network, and the most notorious of our long haul routes are from Anchorage to Prudhoe Bay. So Prudhoe Bay is located at the northernmost point of Alaska, and that's where all the oil fields are. And so what happens is there's Anchorage, which is the number one populated city in the state, and then Fairbanks is the second. So Fairbanks is in the northern region, and Fairbanks is the hub for anything that's going to the oil fields, so the North Slope. And because it's growing and changing every single day, and the oil search is a huge, that's a big moneymaker for Alaska. It's serviced on that road. And it runs along the Alaska pipeline. Mm-hmm. So that would be, I would say, is our most notorious long haul route. And that road was built in 1973, I think, and it has seen a lot of changes, but it is 414 miles of rural gravel road with some intermittent pavement through the tundra.
Wow. That sounds challenging.
It's very challenging, and while Alaska has a lot of roads like that, we have the Parks Highway with Richardson. The Dalton is the one that gets the most attention because of the North Slope, and we're going to have a natural gas line coming through there soon. So, but it is. I've driven that road 3 times in the past year, and it is I'm not kidding when I say it's essentially a gravel road. So you're taking, loads of pipe, equipment, supplies through a very remote location with very limited services. Your average trucking route in the lower 48, you'll probably find a truck stop or truck parking, every 50 miles. We're talking, 250 miles before you reach the next stop for food.
So how
an adequate restroom.
Yeah, and that's a mindset. I mean, how do you prepare for something like that? And I'm just imagining too, you're talking about a road that doesn't sound like it might be A, comfortable, but B, I imagine there are all sorts of breakdown concerns too along that route, especially since there isn't help, or a stop really nearby in a lot of places. What does the preparation look like for someone that is doing that?
So someone who's planning to drive the haul road, and these are experienced drivers. Yeah. We don't put anybody on this road that is inexperienced. Even every single company has a training program and an expectation. So when they hire somebody on, they want long haul experience, and they want experience in these vehicles in this weather to be prepared for it. Because that's another challenge that we face, is that you have companies that are delivering out of Canada or the lower 48, and they get on the Dalton Highway, and they're not prepared. And the preparation really lies in, one, having the right equipment. So when these companies are buying their tractors and their chassis, they are getting them specially outfitted to drive on what we call the haul road. The Dalton Highway is the haul road. And so that includes, lights that you can see moose with, lights that you can see for long distances with no lighting, no artificial lighting on the road. There's moose guards that they put on the front of the trucks in case they hit any wildlife. So it won't, the vehicle won't be destroyed. There's the preparation as far as getting yourself prepared for a drive where you could break down in Arctic temperatures, and I'm talking negative 40 below.
Yeah.
This is serious Arctic weather. So the drivers that I've ridden with, in their cab, they have all the equipment they may need to do, soft repairs on road, but also Arctic gear, food, water, anything they need to sleep in that environment. Some of them carry, sat phones because the service, I want to say there's 3 points along that road where you can get good service, which is really, it's really humbling when you're so used to being connected all the time.
Yeah, it sounds kind of nice in a way, although I'm sure it's not nice when you need to reach out to somebody, but it does sound kind of nice.
It's nice when I've been very fortunate. All the drivers I've ridden with have become very friendly with, and they're wonderful people. So the people that you want to talk to for 12 hours at a time, but that is, the isolation is real. I mean, they're not always riding with somebody. They're solo, and that is a very isolated environment, which can kind of do a number on your head if you are not mentally prepared for it.
Jamie, I'm curious, some of the misconceptions about Alaska, what are some of them that you've heard that have stood out to you?
Well, the basic misconceptions are that we are not, educated, or that a lot of us live a subsistence type lifestyle. There is a wonderful native population in Alaska. Obviously, this is their land, but I think that is the image that a lot of people have, is that you have the native population, and that's how everybody lives. Anchorage is, like I said, it's very populated. So Alaska has only 750,000 people. And the majority of those 300,000 are in Anchorage. We have, everything. We have Costco, we have shopping, we have, nightlife, that kind of thing. So I think the misconception, which actually works to our benefit, is that we're living a very, dialed down lifestyle that's, in the wilderness. Well, there is that, all the reality shows, they're true. I mean, there are folks that do live off the grid, but it's a very, up and coming city. And the beautiful part about that is that a lot of people are just, they think of that image and they're like, that's not for me, and the weather. And so it keeps us in a position where the population is down, so that, if you want to go somewhere, you can find a parking spot. If you want to get into a restaurant, you can get in. Everything is very accessible due to our small population.
There are certain places in the world, I think, that when you live there or you're from there, it's kind of in your blood. And Alaska sounds very much like one of those kinds of places. You were joking earlier, and maybe you weren't totally joking about, every Alaskan is trying to get away, and there's certainly a part of that everywhere you go, but and they always go back, and I think that just speaks to the beauty and probably power of your state.
It does. I mean, I think what you do come to understand and appreciate is that, again, I probably went the extreme way. I lived in downtown Chicago, so you're dealing with a different populace. I spent half my life traveling back and forth to Hawaii because my father's family is from there. So and also with FedEx, I managed in Hawaii. I had Alaska and Hawaii, so I went back and forth doing that. But the difference in a city environment ruling how you move and live, for instance, traffic, you have to be very dialed in and plan to travel. Whereas in Alaska, everything is very open and accessible. And again, you're not hindered by a huge population, but there's enough of a population to feel like you're not living in a very small town. I mean, it's small town in all the good ways.
Yeah, it sounds great.
it's a big city.
When you lived in Chicago, did you laugh in the face of people who told you how cold it was there? Did you?
You know what?
It is
I
cold
was
there.
actually,
Yeah.
I was taken aback by, they don't call it the Windy City for nothing,
Yeah.
but I lived on near Lake Michigan in Lincoln Park, and I was just utterly blown away by how cold it really did get, because
That wind coming off that lake is nothing to mess with.
It was
Yeah.
it was insane. And again, people don't know how to drive in winter conditions. There are places where they get an inch of snow and they shut down. We had 10 inches yesterday. We're all still here, trudging through it. But what it really, it taught me was that, it's all different strokes. But Chicago weather was different in that it had severe extremes, super hot in the summer and then the super cold winter too.
Let's circle back to trucking because, again, you kind of talked about some of the challenges there. The one great thing about trucking associations like yours is obviously you are there to be the voice for truck drivers who are out on the road. You are there to help them with issues, big and small, whatever may come up. The state associations here in the lower 48 are dealing with a lot of the same things. We talk about truck parking and restroom access and fraud. The list goes on, and I'm sure you're more than aware of that. What are some of the big issues that you are currently hearing about from your members and what they're concerned about, kind of, again, on a big picture scale?
For my members, because of our, the ruralness of our state, it's really about infrastructure challenges. So Mother Nature will do a number on our roads. So we can't have a regular paved highway. Like I said, for instance, the Dalton Highway, it is called a highway because it's federally funded, but it is a gravel road, and the weather affects the roads tremendously. So, you're dealing with a lot of unpaved roads, weather-related closures, or, we'll have roads shut down because of weather. So, yeah, I think that is one of our biggest challenges, is just maintaining the infrastructure so that we can still travel along it.
And that's a constant battle. It sounds like.
It is. It's a constant battle. When I meet with my fellow associations, we all kind of we do have very similar issues, but I would say, across the board, we have the same issues with, the truck parking, the keeping driver shortages and recruitment, regulatory burdens, that kind of stuff. But for us, it's more how does the weather impact our infrastructure, and how do we keep the infrastructure sound?
Yeah. Is insurance an issue too? I would imagine the insurance situation there might be a little bit different just because you do have so many hazards that are out there, or does it look kind of the same as we have it here?
I think it looks similar, but I know that there are definitely insurance. There are some rising insurance costs for, you've got, certain roads that are a little more, they're more impactful to a vehicle or can cause, more damage. So you'll see more incidences on those type of roads because you can't drive along, for instance, the Dalton Highway and not have, the environment impact your vehicle.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, it's fascinating. Again, I'm sure you probably get tired of answering questions like this from simpletons like Ashley and me, but it's
not
fascinating.
At all. I love it.
It really is fascinating.
It is. It really is.
Alaska looks beautiful. I'd certainly love to visit someday.
I would too.
Well, you're both welcome to come up. It's funny that I spent, like I said, I spent 30 years with FedEx, and when I left and came into this role, it actually, because I was kind of in a time in my life where I'm like, okay, well, maybe it's time to move on, go somewhere else, try something else out. And then when I took this job, it really renewed my love for the state and appreciation.
That's
awesome.
Beautiful.
We love to hear that.
I think that's,
I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a great place to end, our conversation today. But Jamie, really appreciate you sharing all this with us. and we'll take you up on that. If you get a couple bedrooms made up, and we'll swing by.
Yes, we appreciate your
All
time.
right, you guys just give me a holler.
All right,
Sounds
thanks so
good.
much, Jamie.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. 17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Well, maybe because it's been chilly here in Missouri, but I've been thinking about Hawaii. I don't know about you, Scott.
I often think about Hawaii. Yeah, especially this time of year.
And Calvin, who is in Hawaii, thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Now we're talking transportation in your beautiful state. I'm curious, how long have you been in the transportation industry in Hawaii?
Since 1973, I think it was.
It's a few years. It's been a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you get started?
I was a diesel mechanic. And then after being a diesel mechanic, I'm a CDL driver because I needed the CDL A TPX license to drive everything I take. Then, move up to management positions, and I'm also a crane operator. So I did that. Did a lot of stuff in this industry.
Yeah, a man of many talents, it sounds like.
Well, yeah, you do something different and learn. Then, you move on to the next one and you learn. So you learn about a lot of things, become well-rounded. And then when you're in the management, director, general manager position, you understand the industry well.
Yeah.
I was a mechanic. I did that. I was a driver. I did that. Drive fuel trucks, low-bed trailers, hauling D10 Caterpillars and all of that. So I know what you guys are going through.
Yeah. How long did you drive for?
Oh, I've been off and on driving since the 80s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Motor coaches, tractor trailer rigs, fuel trucks, fuel tankers, hazardous material.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of the above.
Jack of all trades. Yeah.
Well, I did, it was good fun learning about this stuff. Then it's easier to relate to, the customer or the guy that's reporting the defect with the truck.
What was it about, becoming a diesel mechanic and getting into trucking and transportation? What was it that drew you to that?
Well, let's see. Back then in high school, I was heavily into electronics. And I figured, okay, I'm going to go into the electrical engineering field. dad was an electrical contractor. Then I went to school, and I'm a dropout because, going to school and earning a living is pretty tough. So I just went into, I first started at a machine shop, boring engine blocks, doing valve jobs on heads, welding, and that led to a mechanic job. And then when I found out the diesel side, made a little bit of better living and was in demand, I transferred from auto to diesel back in the 70s. And here I am, yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting, your background, given that you are, I think, recently former managing director of the Hawaii Transportation Association. I think I'm saying that right.
Correct. Correct.
I imagine having that many experiences and kind of, dipping your toe, for lack of a better term, in all those different fields, that must have been a real benefit to you as the managing director of the association, in that you kind of knew all parts of the industry, or at least a lot of parts of the industry that had to help, right?
Correct. And I've been a member of HTA, I think, from the 80s. So I was asked back then into the 90s and 2000s to be one of the judges at the Truck Driving Championships.
That's fun.
So I was the vehicle inspection judge for the TDC.
And that was kind of your entry into the association a little bit?
Yeah, pretty much. I was working for a dealership back then. I spent years with Peterbilt, Kenworth, Caterpillar, Cummins, International Truck, a lot of the OEMs, Ford. And they asked me to do this because, I was a mechanic and a driver. And the association for the TDC was made up of former state champions. So that group, we call it the Hawaii Rodeo Association, was made up of 5 former state champions that were all judges in the event, and I was brought in to do the technical side, the mechanic side, bugging the trucks and doing the vehicle inspection tests for the drivers.
Have you lived in Hawaii all your life? Have you worked only there?
Yeah. So I don't know if you know, I live in Hilo, Hawaii, on the Big Island, and since the 80s, I've been traveling a lot to Oahu and Maui and Kauai. So that's pretty much, a lot of the work is in Oahu. That's where the HTA office is. So I would travel every week. There's been times when I was with Cummins and Caterpillar and Peterbilt and Kenworth where I traveled, almost every day to Oahu and Maui. But, that's what we do here. Some of us anyway.
Yeah. Explain that for us, because obviously you are in a much different environment from most of the United States, in that
Correct.
You've got, islands there. You've got, I would assume, narrower roads, a bunch of different types of terrain that you've got to navigate through. For a truck driver, what is, and this is maybe not a blanket statement, obviously, but generally speaking, what are some of the differences between, what a truck driver, an interstate truck driver, long-haul truck driver might be in, the contiguous United States compared to what they might be doing in Hawaii?
Okay, well, Hawaii, let's see. We start from the Big Island where I live. I think we have, 17 of the climate zones out of 19 in the world.
Wow.
So we have snow all the way down to desert, hot, arid areas, lava fields. And elevation differences goes from sea level to 13,700 feet.
Yeah.
So obviously hills are involved. Normally when I spec out, when I was a general manager at Peterbilt and at Kenworth, a higher horsepower spec tractor on the Big Island versus Maui and Oahu or Kauai. because of the hills. Now, the roads are narrow, like you say. There are some highways, federal highways. You go up to 60 miles an hour speed limit. But for the most part, you're driving around town. Imagine, driving a fuel tanker, 40-foot tanker, full of gasoline or diesel, and you go into downtown Honolulu to a gas station. Oh boy! I mean, the obstacles, the traffic, buildings, overhang, all of the above, and some not polite drivers.
We're familiar with those.
Yes.
Yeah. Is it class 8? And please forgive my ignorance with some of this, because we're going to ask maybe some dumb questions. But
no, go ahead.
Yeah, are we looking at class 8 trucks? Are we looking at is it a necessity to maybe go with some of the smaller models just because of the narrow roads and the terrain and whatnot? Is that a consideration at all?
Correct, and maybe all of the tankers are Class 8 tractors.
Sure.
And Class 8 truck with a trailer. The delivery vehicles can be anywhere from Class 3 up to Class 6 vehicles, box trucks, flatbeds, lift gates, vans, larger vans, like Sprinter vans and stuff that FedEx and UPS have. So it's a lot. I would say if you take a mix, maybe over 50% would be the Class 3 to 6 units.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then the 7 and 8s might make up, I don't know, less than 30%.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It strikes me too, a big topic of late, and it should maybe be a bigger topic, and that's maybe a conversation for another time. But with regard to driver training, in Hawaii, with all of the different obstacles and challenges that you kind of laid out there, I would hope, and I would think at least that driver training would be a pretty big focus. I would hope it would be, at least. Is that something that that is really drilled down on there because of all the challenges that are out there?
Absolutely. You are 110% right. The state of Hawaii is the only state in the nation that has what we call a DIP program, a driver improvement program, whereby all commercial motor vehicle drivers have to attend a minimum of an 8-hour class every year for the first 5 consecutive years, and every other year thereafter. The class also includes a closed course skills test, a vehicle inspection test, and a 20-mile over-the-road evaluation. So all CMV drivers, 10,001 GVW and above, they got to go through this course for the first 5 consecutive years, then every other year thereafter. And that's a state law, and that was implemented back in the 70s.
That, to me, sounds like a great idea.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think you want someone who's been driving professionally for 25 years. I don't think you would need that necessarily. But in those first 5 years, especially considering the challenges, that is a great idea. Is that something, again, I know you've thought about this a lot. Is that something you think that should maybe be incorporated in other places as well? I mean, there are clearly safety benefits to doing that.
Correct. And, I think from the 90s, I've been also the driver trainer, and I developed DIP programs for other companies and, consult with them. They call me for some driver training mediation when they get into a collision. And I've been driver training for a lot of different industries, ready mix, heavy hauling, fuel. And I attended J.J. Keller used to have before a program for driver trainers, and it was a week-long program whereby they would certify driver trainers in documentation and hands-on, and I did the hands-on portion.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with House. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Here, we deal with so many different issues. Few of the top ones are truck parking, bathroom access, detention time. I mean, I could go on and on.
Broker fraud. The list is long.
So much.
Yeah.
What are some of the main ones that you guys are dealing with there?
I think with a lot of the hazards, the speeding, we have a lot of that. We had, I think we have the highest fatalities in Hawaii versus the previous years. So a lot. How should I put it? On the truck driving side, you don't see too many of the violations, but on the light vehicle side, you see a lot. The truck drivers in Hawaii, for the most part, are pretty good. We're going to have some pirates and we're going to have some bad actors, like any place else has. I don't believe we have a lot of the non-domiciled CDL drivers here. I think that is pretty prevalent up in the States there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I can only imagine that truck parking, there are unique challenges with regard to truck parking throughout Hawaii. Is that right?
There is.
Yeah.
And I was involved with the Waikiki Transportation Management Association. And Waikiki is, the traffic there is like LA or New York City.
Yeah.
Right? And now we're taking in a Class 6, 7, or 8 truck to make deliveries for, the beverages, the food, whatever, for the hotels. And where they're parking, right on the main road with the flashes on. And they do have areas where they designated truck parking. But imagine parking in a designated area, and you've got to take 20 kegs of beer to this bar that might be 150 yards ahead of the parking.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll pass.
And then who's going to watch your truck when you're taking this one big keg out? You got 19 more kegs to go. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Just come by, open the door, and take what you need.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of relates to my next question as far as cargo theft. Is that as big of an issue there as it is here?
No, not as much as I hear it is up there. But, we do have them. But it's kind of few and infrequent.
You mentioned the safety aspect, or the crazy drivers, which again I think is universal no matter where you are in the world. I'm sure.
Yes.
But you there in your former position with the association, obviously were advocating on behalf of truck drivers, and essentially being their voice for things. What were some of the things that you found yourself fighting for or fighting against most over the years? What are some of those issues that were coming up, time and time again that you fought against?
Wow. Thank you for that perceptive question. And now I'm going to get into the political side.
All right, let's do it.
Let's go.
Yeah. This one's good. We had some representatives that passed a left lane law, making it illegal for us truckers to get into the left lane on a 3 or more lane highway. And that law, we worked with the legislators on that and the language. And at the last, and we agreed to it on certain conditions. But at the last moment, they added one word that made all the conditions, we had to meet all the conditions instead of only one of the 5. Yeah. So
they pulled the rug out from under you.
Yeah. Oh, man. Okay. Following year, it's in law. But the DOT or the police did not do any enforcement. So the same legislator put in another bill because he's angry that there was no enforcement, making speed limits in Hawaii for truckers at 50 miles an hour or less.
Oh.
So the highways would be 6. And then one of the stipulations in the first law was that, if you kept up with traffic, no problem. Now, okay, we're keeping up at 60 miles an hour, not a problem. Now they make it mandatory 50. Now we cannot keep up with traffic. And so that precludes us from going into any lane other than the right lane. But that we fought, and it didn't pass. It died. And the legislator called me personally and said, "Calvin, can we talk?" I said, "You bet. I'll be at your office." And he said, he's angry. "Why did you fight my bill?" I said, "I didn't know it was your bill. You should have called me before you put together something like this." I mean, I get all these truckers, breaking my ears with comments.
Yeah. It's a bad bill.
So, we got to, okay, I see your reasoning, but you should consult with us first, and we should get together and make something good for everybody. Maybe it's not possible. I don't know. We can try.
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
Last year.
Oh, it was last year.
Wow.
Oh, because it's recent history.
Yes, sir. At our convention this year in September, I invited him to speak to all of our members, at the Waikiki Marriott Hotel. We have a whole bunch of them there. And I said, "Okay, guys, you got the floor. Go for it." I'm the moderator.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, talk about lively discussion.
I bet.
Talk about lively.
I bet. So, all these issues you've got there in Hawaii, you've got some that are obviously similar to what we're dealing with over here. Generally speaking, though, it's a great place to live. So, Kelvin, you don't have to sell Hawaii to Ashley and me or anybody else out there probably, but you've lived there, your whole life.
Yes.
It is a great place to live, isn't it?
It is. It's expensive, but if you can get by that, I'm in my office looking out of the window, and I'm right on the coastline here on the Big Island. I'm looking out at the ocean. Right now, I'm the maintenance superintendent for a power plant. So not with HDA anymore, but what a great weather. Looking out, green trees, green landscape, blue ocean, blue sky. Everybody's getting jealous now, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, Scott and I look out our window and we see the interstate. So your office is sounding
dreary
better.
skies today, and
I can go down to the beach today. It's nice in the 80s. I've got a sport fishing boat in Kona. I can go deep sea fishing. Drive over to Kona.
Oh, tell us about that. So you do deep sea fishing? What?
Yes.
Tell us. Give us some fish stories, some fishing stories.
Oh boy, where do I start? Hooking up to 1,000+ pound marlin.
Yeah.
200-pound tuna.
Wow.
And all that good eating, mahi-mahi and wahoo, and go bottom fishing. I mean, hey, this is the place, guys. You want to fight fish, you want to eat fish, great sushi. We got it here.
Wow.
Well, we'll Ashley and I are we're checking out tickets right now. We'll come
See if
visit
the company will send us there to
you. Do some research.
do some research.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it is. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I did a podcast with what's that? Dave Nemo.
Oh yeah,
Nemo Nation. Yeah. So they talked about weather and stuff, and I said, well, yeah, when you have time, grab a flight here and get to Kona, and let me know when you're coming. So I'll get the boat ready and we go fishing.
That sounds
And
great.
they go, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We'll do our next episode on the boat. I said, great, let's do it.
They haven't come yet though, have they?
Not yet. I just did the podcast last month.
Well, we'll get on the horn with them and we'll make it
Yeah.
a package deal or something like that. I'm also picturing we've got truck drivers out there listening right now. We're thinking that might be a decent
not too bad.
change of pace.
But it is expensive
Yeah.
there, like you mentioned that.
It is, yeah. And Kona is nice and warm. My boat's air conditioned, so we'll relax in comfort.
Wow.
What is the weather like right now?
Okay, it's sunny. I've got few clouds. I think it's 80, 81 right now.
Nah, too hot.
Like
no thanks.
Breeze, yeah, not too hot. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah, I think it was like 50 when I was.
Yeah, which is actually warm for this.
It is,
for this
yeah.
time of year here,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, from Missouri. Yeah.
You don't.
So
Yeah.
I go there and take vacation.
I was going to say.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
where do you go to vacation?
Oh, that is good. That's a good question.
Yeah, where do you take vacation? Where do you go? You sound like you're
Yeah,
on vacation every
very
day.
little. Yeah. No, yeah. I guess some people would say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was doing some hunting up Montana and Colorado. I go to San Antonio, Texas for the Sporting Clays National Championships.
Okay.
I go to Camp Perry for the service rifle matches and stuff in Ohio. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And then a lot of travel for work. When I was at Caterpillar, I did a lot of traveling. When I was at the Peterbilt and Kenworth, there's a lot of traveling. When I was with Hawaiian Electric, a lot of traveling. There to the manufacturers, to the OEMs, all different kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you're a busy man. You're staying busy, and you said you're not with the association anymore, but I'm sure those ties that you developed over time are still strong. I'm sure you're still in conversations with people out there, truck drivers out there.
Yes, they do. Company, the president's owners come and talk, and they call me. They say, we got this item or issue. Yeah, go ahead, tell me. I help you out. A lot of compliance stuff. They call me on the DOT and FMCSA compliance items.
Yeah, that's also
understandable, yeah.
That's also a universal thing. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. Well, Kelvin, we'll be out next weekend.
Yeah.
Great.
To go deep sea fishing and whatever else comes up. But yeah, fascinating. It sounds like the trucking industry there in Hawaii is going strong, and things for the most part are going well.
Yes, it is. I think it's slowing down a little bit. Seem like the states are, but we'll survive.
Yeah.
Onward
Things
and
got to
upward.
get delivered.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yep.
for sure. Yeah, we really appreciate your time and talking to us, and hopefully we'll
Oh, my pleasure.
one
Anytime.
day do it in
Anytime.
person.
Yes. Thank you so much, Kelvin.
Thank you.
Anytime. Aloha.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, MHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.